We'll return to you here on the show with great conversations, great music, and serve you breakfast from now till 10 a.m. And so if you're just joining us, get on board, get on the ride. Let's do this together from now till 10 a.m. here on 3FM 92.7, your urban lifestyle radio. I am Eric Mawuena Egbeta. We'll get into the news, after which we return with a track load for you here on the 3FM Sunrise. Stay with us.
If you got life, then give God praise. You may not have much, but you're living day by day. You can't have faith and don't want to work. Get up off that seat and put that brain to work. Thank you for paying. It's a beautiful day. Beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Don't fuss and fight. Let us unite. We got one life, so let's make it right. It's a beautiful day. Yeah, it's a beautiful day.
3FM 92.7, urban lifestyle radio station.
It's the third Thursday of the month of May in the year 2026. Good morning. Welcome to the morning news. And we are live on all our partner stations across the country and also streaming live on all our social media handles on Facebook and YouTube on 3FM 92.7. My name is George Queening. Coming up this morning, first batch of 300 Ghanaians evacuated from South Africa arrives home today following recent xenophobic attacks. National Peace Council said to engage political parties ahead of the 2028 general elections over rising concerns about their speech. We have details of these and many more coming up shortly. Stay with us. My name is George Quinn, and now the news in details. The first batch of 300 Ghanaians is expected to arrive today from South Africa aboard a special chartered flight. The government announced a support package for Ghanaians being evacuated from South Africa following ongoing xenophobic attacks targeting foreign nationals. The Minister of Foreign Affairs said affected Ghanaians will receive a welcome home financial package, transportation support, and a reintegration allowance to help them rebuild their lives upon return. International relations expert Dr. Bonnie has been speaking ahead of this very arrival.
I don't know how the South African government is going to repair this unhealthy relation that is currently taking place between our country and South Africa. So, let's continue doing what we can for our compatriots. We will bring them back home, and I hope that they will learn from all this, and let's help them to settle down. And if the government's interventions can help them, and then they can get gainful employment or start their own businesses.
You heard the international relations expert, Dr. Bonnie, And he's speaking ahead of the arrival of these Ghanaians. And now the National Peace Council is preparing to engage the political parties way ahead of the 2028 national elections. This is because, according to the council, there's rising political tensions following the arrest of some political actors over comments alleged to contravene the laws of the country. The council said it was deeply concerned about the growing tension and warned against inflammatory rhetoric and actions that could threaten national stability. Here's Susan Aite Abode, member of the National Peace Council, speaking on Hot Edition.
The observations are certainly, and the National Peace Council has been engaging, with political parties, particularly the two political parties, and basically on some of these issues, ensuring that they sign, MOUs. And so some of these things have visited. So it needs for the National Peace Council to engage once again with both political parties. I think, that will be something that, the council can over and ensure that it can reach out to them. And I believe that it should, because it would also follow, so that we can ensure that, both parties, can be reined in.
And you heard Susan Aite, who's a board member of the National Peace Council. If you just tune in, you are listening to the Morning News here on 3FM 92.7 with me, George Quinn. Meanwhile, both the NPP and NDC have reacted differently to the caution from the National Peace Council. Deputy General Secretary of the NPP, Haruna Mohammed, wants the Peace Council to caution the NDC to stop intimidating NPP members.
The National Security Coordinator, who is the policeman reporting to, who appointed the Chief Justice in the circumstances that we find ourselves, how Tukuno was removed, because the NDC is vindictive. That is why they are abusing the process. So the Peace Council should concentrate on the NDC if they were not doing what they are doing currently, and they try as much as possible to follow the due process. We will not complain. Nobody is afraid of accountability, but you must use the law according to the law.
And you heard the Deputy General Secretary of the NPP, Haruna Mohammed. Now, take a listen to the NDC Director of Elections, Majid Jibril, and who has actually welcomed this very call.
For me, it's unfortunate seeing NPP doing this, but I don't blame them. Okay, so let me ask. Is it wrong for a police officer to invite everybody for commenting on the social media? Is it wrong? Under the MPP. I don't see, because I want to go. Under the MPP, a gentleman went to Akwelebu when First Lady was there presenting a program. When he raised a placard that we should open the University of Ghana hospital. Didn't they arrest him? This is the same government we are talking about arrested that guy because he's calling for something for this country.
And you had Majid Jibril, who is the Director of Elections of the NDC. In a related development, the Accra High Court has adjourned hearing of a motion for bail for New Patriotic Party Bono Regional Chairman Kwame Bafo, popularly referred to as Abronya, to Thursday, May 21, after prosecutors paid for a short time to file the response. Lawyers of Abronya, led by Godfrey Yeboadame, were in court to request for his bail following the denial of same by the Accra Circuit Court. Here's a report by Lord Edu Asare.
The NPP Bono Regional Chairman has been charged with offensive conduct conducive to the breach of peace and publication of false news. According to the prosecution, Abronya made derogatory remarks about the judge and attempted to incite the public against the court. In court on Wednesday, May 20, an entourage of NPP officials thronged the premises in a show of solidarity and to secure a bail for the party stalwart. Abronya was remanded into BNI custody on May 13 after the circuit court denied him bail, with the judge averring that if released, he would commit the offense again. Assistant State Attorney Grace Delali Tali prayed for a short adjournment for the prosecution to appropriately respond to the motion. But defense lawyers, led by Godfrey Yeboadame, argue that the state had been served with a motion on May 14, hence failure to file a response was not an excuse. He pleaded with the courts to move the bail application, adding that Abronya's health was endangered. But Delali Tali explained that despite being served earlier, the prosecution had to consult the investigators to familiarize itself with the case. After hearing the argument, presiding judge Halima El Alawa Abdul Basit directed the prosecution to file the response by close of day. The case has been adjourned to Thursday. General Secretary of the NPP, Justin Frimpong Kodia, spoke after the proceedings.
As at Friday, we are aware that the docket was sent to the criminal court too. So as to why the case was moved to a different court is something that is mind-boggling.
And that was a report filed by my colleague Lord Edward. Before we part company, residents of Ohim-Tigo Junction in the Bantama sub-metro of the Ashanti region are counting their losses after an overnight downpour displaced more than 100 people and submerged over 30 homes. The flooding, which followed hours of continuous rainfall, forced families to flee for safety as water levels rose rapidly through the community.
What began as an evening rainfall quickly turned into a night of fear and destruction for residents of Ohim-Tigo Junction in Kumasi. Floodwaters swept through the community after several hours of heavy rain, invading homes and destroying personal belongings. A visit to the area Wednesday morning showed some residents attempting to salvage their belongings from muddy waters, while others stood helplessly outside their submerged homes.
I was washing, so I went to go and get underwater so I can rinse it. So I was still on the way drawing the water when I heard like it sounded like a volcano. I was like, where is it coming from? So as I was approaching my doorstep here, the erosion has already covered from this place. So before I entered, the rain has already entered there and spoiled everything, all the gadgets in the house, including my phone and everything. So I wasn't able to take anything off because as I was going, the thing was fast covering my neck. So I had to run away and I jumped and I hung on that fence.
Affected families say the rain started around 5 p.m., but conditions worsened later in the night when water suddenly began entering their homes. Observation by NADMO indicate that many of the affected structures were built along waterways, obstructing the free flow of water and worsening the flooding situation.
People are not supposed to board here, so we don't know whether they got permits, how they came to stay. I don't know.
Well, that's how we end the morning news. Before we go look again at our top stories. First batch of 300 Ghanaians evacuated from South Africa arrives home today following recent xenophobic attacks. National Peace Council to engage political parties ahead of the 2028 general elections over rising concerns about hate speech. And residents of Ohim-Tigo Junction in the Bantama area of the Ashanti region count their losses after heavy rain displaced more than 100 people and submerged over 30 homes. My name is George Quinn. For more news updates, just log on to our website, it's3news.com. Have a good morning.
Breaking news.
Hello again, good morning and welcome to the Business News on Sunrise. Coming up this morning, Monetary Policy Committee justified decision to hold key lending rate at 14% as Bank of Ghana warns Middle East conflict could reignite global inflation and threaten Ghana's economic recovery.
Up to this time, one is not sure whether it's a temporary crisis or whether it's going to be a long-lasting one. If we assume that it will be a longer-lasting one, then you can imagine the impact on inflation expectations.
Also, pressure group ITD questions Ghana's decision to seek new IMF policy coordination instruments after exiting $3 billion bailout program.
They are coming to pursue policies that will not target unemployment. They are coming to say that they want to make sure they enhance economic growth, but this is a jobless growth.
Plus, Ghana Revenue Authority GRA cracks down on tax evasion as multiple businesses at Sprinters and Oyari and Accra cited for non-compliance.
Bayou Villa. The receipts are in Chinese, and the official language for this country is English. So when you are keeping records, you must keep the records in English.
We have details of these and many more coming out shortly. Stay with us. Thanks for your time as always. And now the Bank of Ghana has maintained the monetary policy rate at 14%, citing growing global uncertainty linked to escalating geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. Governor of the Central Bank, Dr. Johnson Isiama, says although Ghana's economy continues to recover strongly, rising crude oil prices, global inflation pressures, and possible tightening of financial conditions remain major risks to the country's inflation and growth outlook. My colleague Besmak Awusa has more in the following report.
Addressing the 130th MPC press briefing in Accra, Governor Dr. Johnson Isiama said the conflict has disrupted global trade flows, increased crude oil prices, and heightened inflation risks across advanced and emerging economies, hence the committee's decision to hold the rate.
The committee evaluated other forms of risks. The elephant in the room here is the Middle East crisis. Up to this time, one is not sure whether it's a temporary crisis or whether it's going to be a long-lasting one. If we assume that it will be a longer-lasting one, then you can imagine the impact on inflation expectations or the so-called second-round effects.
The governor, however, noted that Ghana's economy remained resilient in the first quarter of 2026, supported by stronger private sector activity, improved banking sector performance, and rising external reserves. Governor Dr. Johnson Isiama also announced an additional policy measure aimed at strengthening liquidity management in the banking sector.
We think that it's about time we reviewed that, considering the outcomes that we have observed. And in the wisdom of the committee, we think that this will go a long way to complement, our open market operations. Remember, our objective is to maintain an appropriate, policy stance, the so-called liquidity conditions. That's how we are able to impact on our transmission.
The next Monetary Policy Committee meeting is scheduled for July 20 to 22, 2026.
And that was a report by my colleague Besmak Awusa, Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana, justifying a decision to hold the policy rate at 14%. And our pressure group, the Integrated Social Development Center, ISODEC, is questioning government decision to seek a new International Monetary Fund policy coordination instrument shortly after Ghana concluded its $3 billion extended credit facility program with the IMF in May this year. There's more in the following report.
The group argues that the new arrangement could extend IMF influence over Ghana's fiscal policy despite the country's exit from the bailout program, insisting government must instead prioritize domestic resource mobilization, industrial transformation, and the fight against illicit financial flows. Head of Policy and Programs at ISODEC, Bernard Anaba, says the proposed arrangement amounts to continued economic oversight by the IMF.
We have a problem in terms of our domestic capital markets. We haven't been able to appropriately develop our domestic capital market to be able to mobilize resources from within. We are hemorrhaging, losing resources through illicit financial flows.
Policy analyst Dr. Adams Brima Abile also believes Ghana's economic recovery should be driven by alternative fiscal policies focused on employment creation and productive investment.
They are coming to pursue policies that will not target unemployment. They are coming to say that they want to make sure they enhance economic growth, but this is a jobless growth. Why don't we start the conversation to preempt and say that let's also mix our policy choices with heterodox economic policies and see what outcome we'll get.
Meanwhile, policy analyst in charge of illicit financial flows, Charlotte Bogli Jade, argues that billions lost through illicit financial flows continues to undermine Ghana's domestic revenue potential and increase pressure for foreign borrowing.
Ghana should be building domestic fiscal capacity through structural transformation policies, such as expanding the tax base by formalizing the economy, clouding the resource leakages through illicit financial flows, investing in productive sectors that reduce import dependency.
And that was a report on Pressure Group ICD questioning government decision to seek a new International Monetary Fund policy coordination instrument. Well, if you just tuned in, you are listening to the Business News on Sunrise 92.7 with me, George Quinn. More news this morning. The Ghana Revenue Authority GRA intensified its enforcement drive on May 20, 2026, targeting major commercial hubs in Springtest Airport and Oyarifa in Accra to plug critical revenue leakages. And the exercise, which focused on VAT compliance, resulted in some businesses being cited for various infractions and one establishment being sealed off.
The GRA enforcement team, led by Assistant Commissioner in charge of Accra Area Enforcement, Joseph Annan, began the day's operations at Spinters, where they visited Strong Machine Company Limited. From there, the enforcement team moved to the airport enclave to Bayou Villa, a restaurant facility. The two companies were cited for selective issuance of VAT invoice.
Strong Machine Company Limited. They are into heavy equipment, like tractors, Caterpillar, and the rest. We have picked some records and their machine. We are taking it to the office, extract the information that we will need for our preemptive assessment. Bayou Villa. And for them, the receipts are in Chinese. And if you look at our Revenue Administration Act, Section 20, spells it out clearly that the official language for this country is English. So when you are keeping records, you must keep the records in English.
The operation moved to Oyarifa, where the team visited an industrial enclave. Nyankunton Building Materials and Hardware Enterprise was cited for total non-compliance and the place was sealed off. H.E. Gens Company Limited at Oyarifa was cited for selective issuance of VAT invoice.
Nyankunton Building Materials. And for them, no records at all. In fact, we are taking the gentleman we met, who is a Chinese, to our office for further interrogation, because we need records to work with. We have sealed off the place. Same yard, H.E. Gens Company Limited. They are into manufacture of polythene bags. They are also doing selective issuance. We have picked their records, and we are going to go into the records and assess them preemptively.
The story was different at Stone Depot at Oyarifa.
Stone Depot, that is also Oyarifa, where we are standing now. They are into sales of marble. They are on EVAT. And so far, what we have seen is that they are compliant.
The authority maintains that the deployment of its enforcement teams will continue indefinitely until high levels of compliance are achieved across all sectors across the country.
And on Ghana's producer, inflation rose to 2.7% in April 2026, signaling renewed cost pressures across key parts of the economy and raising questions over whether higher production costs could eventually feed into consumer prices. The latest data from the Ghana Statistical Service showed that year-on-year producer inflation increased from 1.6% in March 2026 to 2.7% in April, representing 1.1 percentage point rise within a month. The April figure was, however, 15.9 percentage points lower than the producer inflation rate recorded in April 2025. And now let's take a look at how the city is faring against other major trading currencies and how some key commodities are also faring on the global market.
On the interbank foreign exchange market, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis, 56 pesos. It gained 4 pesos. The British pound is selling at 15 cedis, 54 pesos. It gained 10 pesos. The euro is selling at 13 cedis, 43 pesos. It also gained 6 pesos. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at a forex bureau near you. On the global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $104.68 per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,541.13 per ounce, up by $58.52. Cocoa is trading at $3,889 per ton, down by $18.
And that was an update from the forest and community market, and that's how we end the business news here on Sunrise. More news updates, just log on to our website s3news.com. It's always a pleasure coming your way. Morning.
Big thank yous to George Quenin, who's helped us with the 6 a.m. news as well as the business news. We're back here for you on the 3FM Sunrise. From now till 10 a.m., myself, Mawuena, Egbeta, Johnnie, Hughes, K. Kujo, the rest of the team, DJ Phil, Fred Kunzo Tiani, and a host of others will be here to serve you breakfast. And right after the 6 a.m. news, we can get you into our message of motivation for the morning. And today, it's a piece that was shared to me by K. Kujo about the pied crow. And I thought it will best fit if I shared a message in relation to that. And so here it goes. There's a tendency in the world to glorify what looks powerful instead of what actually survives. Society celebrates the eagle for a lot of things. Majestic, it is admired and very symbolic. High above the clouds, it represents dominance, prestige, and visibility. Everything about the eagle appears grand. But survival has never belonged only to what looks impressive. Sometimes survival belongs to what adapts. That is the quiet brilliance of the pied crow. And for a lot of us who see it around, making noise and what have you. But the pied crow may never appear on flags or monuments, but it understands something important: how to adjust, learn, observe, and continue even when environments change. While glamorous things often struggle when conditions become difficult, adaptable things endure. And for you and I, that perhaps is a lesson worth remembering this morning. Not every valuable life will look dramatic. Not every intelligent person will be loud. And not every strong person will appear powerful. There is wisdom in resilience, there is strength in adaptability, and there is dignity in surviving without constantly needing applause. The world often pressures people to perform success instead of building substance, to appear elevated instead of becoming grounded, to chase image instead of understanding. But life rewards awareness far more than performance. The pied crow riding beside the elephant is not weakness, it is strategy. He understands that proximity does not require imitation. There is no need to become the elephant to move with strength, and perhaps a lot more people need this reminder today. There is no shame in moving differently. Absolutely no shame in quiet growth. And most certainly, no shame in surviving honestly while the world competes theatrically. Because long after appearance fades, resilience remains. And that is our message of motivation for today. And may today bring the wisdom to value substance over spectacle and resilience over performance. Let's get you into the weather now. Kind courtesy the Ghana Meteorological Agency, who say, amongst many things, that this morning mist or fog patches are expected over the coast, forest and mountainous areas, while thunderstorms or intermittent rain are anticipated to affect a few areas along the coastline, its inland areas and part of the northern sector. As the day progresses, into the afternoon, sunny conditions with occasional cloud cover will prevail across most parts of the country. However, scattered thunderstorms or rain are likely to develop over parts of the coast, middle, and transition sectors from the late afternoon into the evening hours. We're well and truly in the rainy season, and so the expectation is that you carry an umbrella for as often as you can. The state of the sea as well is expected to be rough, and so for our fisher folks, they keep that in mind as well. That's our message of motivation and our weather out of the way. It leads us kindly into some great music and songs of motivation as well. Kind courtesy DJ Phil, who will get us into that right now.
3FM Sunrise.
understand or bear with me that even Manchester United, or yesterday I saw Man City losing, drawing 1-1. But you cannot say that all of them did not play well. You will find that although we have lost, but there's some people, they are particular of playing the football. It's the same as doing politics. Chairman, to me, you ask Obuasi MP, I campaign Obuasi, moving from left to right. You ask Asokwa, Deputy Minority Leader, she will tell you we start from the morning we to the evening. Actually, we did not got what we have or what we want. But you might agree with me that the parliament now we are having is almost half from the Ashanti region. And since I have been Ashanti regional chairman, we have won 2 and lost 1. Sometimes when you lost, people don't want to learn from what we have lost. That is the problem. Losing, MPP has lost and win before, and NDC has lost and win before. So winning or coming back is not the deal, but it's about learning, knowing what causes us for us to lose.
3FM Sunrise.
Sunrise on 3FM.
19 to the top of the hour, still here on the 3FM Sunrise. By that sound, we're getting you into the newspapers. And that voice which you heard is the Ashanti Regional Chairman and NPP National Chairman hopeful Bernard Ntwibwe-Siako, also known popularly as Chairman Wontumi. There's a portion of what he said that he's not having peace of mind. I will find that aspect for you here on the show. But also the flag bearer of the NPP for the 2028 general election, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, as well. He had a few things to say. I'll let you in on that. And then we get into the newspapers. You're still live here on the 3FM Sunrise. Here's Dr. Bawumia for you.
Intersection of our political history. The steps we take from this point onwards will be central to delivering Ghanaians from this unambitious and overpromising and under-delivering NDC government. I want to start by congratulating you for the hard work you have done so far. In the last 17 months, when all has been said and done, you have been the last line of defense and glimmer of hope for the Ghanaian. You have stood and defended our nation and party to everyone's admiration, earning you the accolade, the mighty minority. Well done, well done. Well done. But I have not come only to congratulate you. I have come to encourage you, to strengthen your hands, and to remind you that the role you play from this Thursday is bigger than the number of seats we occupy. You are the parliamentary face of the hope that millions of Ghanaians still have in the new patriotic party. You are the expression of the ambition and plans of our party for the people of Ghana. Do not underestimate your place in this moment. In opposition, the minority caucus is not a spectator. You are the first line of accountability, the first line of policy scrutiny, and the first line of reassurance to citizens who are beginning to ask whether the promises made to them were carefully thought through or merely crafted for campaign applause and deception. I believe in this caucus. I believe in your intellect, your courage, your experience, your political instincts, and above all, your love for MPP and Ghana.
That's Dr. Mawuena. And there's a bit more from him and what he said. So I'll be carefully doing the newspaper. I'll play a few more small. And then we'll marinate over that. But let me say a good morning as well to K. Kujo, who's in studio with me. Johnnie Hughes is around somewhere. He'll be with us. Okay, good morning. I trust that all is well with you. Your night was good and you had enough rest. It's always a very important question I like to ask, whether people had enough rest.
Yes. I had a good night. The weather has been chill for a while now, so
best time of the season, is it not? By this time, the temperatures continue to be very okay. We see yesterday, for instance, barely did we catch the sun. It rained all throughout the morning. By afternoon, it was raining again. By evening, there were drizzles, and so it was smooth like that. And today, there's the expectation as well that there will be a bit more rains as well, a lot later in the afternoon, and all of that. So yeah, it's a good time of the season. I must be honest.
yes, but whilst we enjoyed the season, I mean, our heart goes out to fellow Ghanaians who are victims of flooding. And it's quite unfortunate.
And boy, yesterday, Frederick, I don't know if you have videos of. I was being told Tema Community 9. There was a video of the entire homes and what have you, all taken over by the rain, and boy, it was not a pleasant sight. I think Sika official shared videos of what had happened at Tema Community 9, and also I saw a video of Ashaiman China Mall, where the entire place had been taken over by floodwaters. We knew that was going to happen yesterday when we were here when it began to rain, and so no surprises there, to be very honest. No surprises on that score. But I mean, it brings back the question: how long does this continue? How long do we continue to have rains come in and disrupt pretty much everything? People's lives come to a standstill. But for me, the Tema Community 9 one was particularly worrying for me because the light was still on, right? In instances like that, what happens is that ECG takes out the power so they can prevent electrocution. But we're finding out more and more as the rains continue to come that areas where didn't used to flood are now flooding. So for a lot of the traditional areas, I mean, for persons who've lived around Bawi and its environs for a while, immediately White Cross, immediately begins to rain, the lights go because they know it will flood, and there's a likelihood of electrocution and all of that, and so that immediately happens and to as well save lives. But I think yesterday, that video I saw from Tema Community 9, you could see light bulb still on, and the entire area had been submerged. So it left me wondering for a bit whether or not this is a new area which had been submerged, and so ECG officials as well did not know about it. But as a number of persons enjoy that the rains are here, some people have to be looking over their shoulders and asking themselves whether or not they can rest peacefully as well. But anyways, hopefully help reached them, and even as we brace ourselves for a bit more in terms of rain, something can be done. If there's a building in a waterway, perhaps it has to give way so that many homes and my goodness, this is what Accra looked like yesterday. For those of us on Facebook, we can is this Phil, is this not the Achimota of Angkor area?
Yeah, I think this is the
Mouse.
No. It was Taifa Junction.
Taifa. Oh my goodness. So flood waters everywhere. Look at the. You know, sometimes when you say like that, then you just begin to. You can do nothing but just laugh. So, for our engineers, right? How do we cure this? Because it happens every year. Yes, we hear it. We know it's flash floods and it goes away after a while. But how do we cure it? Is there a special way, or that the drains are silted, and so we need to find a way to clear them? Right? We need to find a way to clear them. This is a story that is a part of us every now and then. Every time it rains, different parts of the capital completely submerged in rain, and it leaves very little to be desired. Very little, not a lot, little to be desired in terms of the flooding situation in the capital. I will have Frederick find that video I was talking about of Community 9, because that scared me. Phil, gates. You know when someone builds a wall, the gate, up to the gate level, or the entire fence wall. Oh, this is flash floods. It's past for the C9 video I saw. Yeah, the entire community, vehicles were almost. I will not say almost. They were submerged. Someone had opened his bonnet, trying to see if. I don't even know what he was attempting to do. And yeah, maybe batteries, so that the board and all of that does not get destroyed as a result of it. But I don't know. There's something that can be done in relation to what the flooding situation is like in the capital. But it continues to be one that we talk about, and yet doesn't take us anywhere. And I don't know. I'll share the video so that Frederick can put it online as well for those of us who are interested. We can have a look at in terms of what it's like, but certainly not a great look. Kay is here with me. As we, I don't know, flooding in. You've reported on it so many times, so many times, and I can't help but just wonder how we've allowed ourselves. And you know, every year when we sit and we talk about this, you can go as far back as our early days as a nation. Where the papers were reporting floods.
Yes.
And next year was 60.
It gets worse year after year.
No, is it? No, next year was 70.
Yes.
Was 70, not 60. Next year was 70.
We're 69 now.
We're 69 now.
69.
Next year was 70. And yet still, the problems of old continue to be what leaves thousands thinking every year. That when the heavens open, and rains come down, it's almost like it's a part of us now. Oh, it's flooding. It's flooded. So yeah, that's it. And then we proceed.
I mean, and we're very religious people. Very religious people, but we forget to build our ark before the rain comes.
I'm not sure we need an act, but let me get into the newspapers. When Frederick finds that that video as well, he shared with viewers who are following us on Facebook. That's where we're streaming, and you can send a message to us via Facebook stream as well, where we can do the reading for you as to your thoughts with us this morning here on the show as well, here on the 3FM Sunrise. But that right, this is what the Community 9 situation look like. For those, that is the entire home, vehicle, everything completely submerged. And you see the lights were on. That's my concern. The lights were on, so you can see the street lights on and all that. Easily, persons at home can be electrocuted.
Yes.
Easily. And so, look at the entire area. The report was that it is Community 9. I don't know where exactly in Community 9, but that's the caption along with the video. And there's a voice there, and the guy is saying that, boy, I can't go out. The whole place is flooded, and so there's nothing I can do about it. And so we are just home. Look, someone has worked, built his house, has 3 cars in their house, and look, the entire wall.
Yes, submerged.
Go if you can. You can go onto Facebook. That's if you've not seen the video already, and it leaves me wondering.
Those are submarines.
No, it goes above your head, literally. As in the flood waters were seen, it goes above your head, and so for an infant, they will need help, and the NADMO fire service would have to have been deployed
emergency response
to have been able to rescue persons who found themselves here, because there's no way you were going to be able to get out. Yeah. In areas like
Imagine
Chado,
having a newborn. It's disturbing. This is disturbing.
Anyways, let's get into the newspapers this morning. The Daily Graphic leads the way. Big banner story: suspend hostel fee hikes now. Rent Commissioner directs tertiary school operators. That story is by Joyce Timbila Awuni. I'll get you details of it pretty shortly. Transplantation best treatment for kidney failure, as according to a researcher. Policy rate stays at 14%, and GCB Bank empowers construction firm with asset financing. On the back page, Ghana's World Cup hopefuls under the spotlight play Mexico tomorrow in Puebla. And there's a first friendly for us tomorrow. That's what the paper says. Yeah, I know they fixed a friendly. I didn't know it was coming off tomorrow with such immediacy. The Daily Post, also one that I have. GCB Bank backs Timeline Innovations Limited with heavy-duty fleet to boost Ghana's big push agenda. Oral not failing. NPP fears officials will go to jail. Dominic Ayene saying this. And on Oral still, prosecution closes its case in SkyTrain trial. Has a picture of Mr. Solomon Asamoah, former Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund GIF, and Professor Christopher Amayewe Kumfi, who's former board chair of the fund. Okay.
Yes, and then the New Guinean Times, the most authoritative newspaper. We have the Rent Control Commissioner, Mr. Opoku, whose picture is featured here. He says, clamp down on rent disputes begins as Rent Control Department introduces new policy. And on page 12 of the paper as well, you can see some brand new buses from Metro Mass Transit Limited. It says Metro Mass Transit deploys 100 new buses to ease commuter burden. And there's Mr. Nyantechi, who is asking government to grant clemency to death row inmates. That's Amnesty International appeals to President Mahama. On page 13, Telecel moves to strengthen media ties with the Ghanaian Times.
The Punch Africa?
So the Punch Africa looks interesting. Ricketts Hagen showcases job opportunities for constituents. It features him on the front page saying 30 vacancies available. We need 30 factory workers. Speaker Gbagben leads anti-corruption discussions at APNAC Africa meeting. And Senor Hosi speaks out on IMF challenges. We also have MPA Western Naval Command destroy illicit fuel boat in anti-smuggling operation. It features the CEO and members of the Western Naval Command. We have Cybersecurity Authority educates media on digital threats and misinformation as well. Then on Daybreak. Yes, on Daybreak. We have the Managing Director of ADB PLC, Edward Atto Sapon. It features Ghana's IMF exit, new era of financial confidence. Baumia hails MPP MPs, says they are the last line of Ghanaians' defense. And Sexy Redona School administrator caged for bonking girl 14.
Oh.
And then the very last one from our Finance Minister, Dr. Kasil Atoforsen. He says, we are broke. Atoforsen tells financial sector victims.
That's it for the Daybreak as well. The Daily Guide is here. We are gearing to govern Baumia to MPs. He met them yesterday. I'll bring back a bit more in terms of excerpts from there as well. Quite a lot to discuss this morning here on the review, from the rent control to some other matters and all of that. Landlord kills tenant over 30 cedis ECG bill. It's troubling. Yeah. Joanna Quay's role in RNAQ company emerges. I have a feeling this is one that will not go away any moment from now. We'll continue to be bombarded about it going forward. High Court determines Abronya bail today, and I won't push for MP's removal. Who's saying this? Says the story is on page 6.
That's Dr. Baumia.
Oh.
Yes.
Right. So 2 stories from him in relation to that. He says he won't push for the removal of MPs. Policy rate still at 14%. That's according to the Monetary Policy Committee who met yesterday. Mahama calls for African health sovereignty at Geneva Summit. Ministry of Health clears 8,000 health workers. Health Ministry again issues public advisory on Ebola outbreak, urges vigilance. Kenya begins transformation of Nairobi waste management system, and textile waste figures grossly exaggerated. Marvin Owusu is saying this. A few of the stories which certainly will pique our interest. I think there was one about rent control, right? Asking for a suspension of... I'll start with that and then we can get into a bit of politics, because in terms of politics, there's quite a lot from the Attorney General's response to the NPP from yesterday and what have you. But the hostel story is by Joyce Timbila Awuni, and it reads that the Office of the Rent Commissioner and the Rent Control Department have directed all private hostel owners, facility managers, operators, and stakeholders within the student accommodation sector to place a temporary hold on all or any intended or proposed increment in hostel accommodation fees for the 2026-2027 academic year until further notice. The two state agencies also convened a meeting with all stakeholders to discuss the current development within the student accommodation sector and to collectively deliberate on sustainable, fair, and lawful measures regarding hostel pricing and standards. The meeting will also provide opportunity for stakeholders to discuss concerns relating to hostel fee increments, review compliance with existing rent regulations and consumer protection provisions, explore practical solutions to ensure affordability and fairness, to promote transparency and accountability within the student hostel accommodation. That's a lot of English. That's a lot of English.
Yes.
I'm not going to lie. Even for me, I don't know. These days, when I read the stories, I always am looking out for tangibles. That's a lot of English in terms of meetings, right? So, stakeholders to discuss concerns relating to hostel fee increment, review compliance with existing rent regulations and consumer protection provisions, explore practical solutions to ensure affordability and fairness, to promote transparency and accountability within the student hostel accommodation. Hey! That's a lot of English. Well, the Rent Commissioner's Office and the department said the action followed recent continuous hikes in hostel accommodation fees across private hostels within and around tertiary institutions in the country. So this is a good move, right? Let me see if... So Frederick Opoku is the Rent Commissioner. He's been on this at least for the last 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. And it suggests something being done in that regard. He's directed a suspension of any potential increase.
Yes.
And so that could mean for students who are going in this, the next academic year, which is going to start shortly. Frederick, when is the next academic year, particularly for like Legon? Right? I think he's still on campus. So you're still on campus, right? In and around. Okay, he's no longer on campus. He used to be on campus. It should be in July thereabout or August. And so it will be interesting to know what students as well will make of this. But your thoughts on the decision to suspend any potential increases, and also in particular a meeting with stakeholders to forge forward on how to price hostel fees. No, I was referring to UK, sorry.
Yes. I think it's an issue, but usually I like to ask, what does the law say? And there's the Rent Act, Act 220. That allows the commissioner to do what he's doing. But I mean, if you look at the rent situation in Ghana, it's disturbing year after year. It's not just about the hostels, but even for ordinary citizens. For the hostels, it's more disturbing because you're wondering how are parents who are already paying rent on their own affording or going to afford all these exorbitant prices. So my brethren from rural areas who come to the capital to get education, how are they going to deal with all these exorbitant rent fees charged by school hostels? I mean, these are students. I think even when we were in uni, it wasn't any different, but at least it was reasonable. So we are hoping the Rent Commissioner, Mr. Opoku, who has been vociferous and proactive, in this clampdown. I think he also mentioned that he's going to deploy this yellow task force to clamp down some of the crisis within the rent sector.
What I can say is hope is great is that Mr. Opoku has joined us via the phone lines right now this morning. Frederick Opoku has joined us. Mr. Opoku, good morning to you. I appreciate you joining us this morning. We're seeing a lot of the work that is being put in relation to hostel fees. The latest is a directive to all hostel facilities, facility managers and what have you, not to increase any hostel fees for the next academic year. Talk to us about this and how you intend to have them comply.
Okay, so Mawuena, say good morning once again, good morning again, and thank you for having me. And good morning to all our listeners this morning. Yes, it is true. Yes, I have directed that all hostel operators from now should hold on. And this directive came on the basis of the fact that over the years, hostel operators who are supposed to be regulated in terms of increments of their fees have not heeded to the rules of the game. I understand over the years that rent control has been very dormant, have been in their slumber, but after my appointment, I'm of the belief that I am expected to make the law work and to be enforced. More importantly, where the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, believes the rent laws of the Republic has to be applied and applied well. Now, the issue is very simple. I am acting within the confines of my mandate and law, that in respect of Section 10 of the Rent Act, it talks about assessment. What it means is that no landlord, property owner, or investor has any right whatsoever to sit at home at will and increase rent arbitrarily. Over the years, we have not been able to check this, and people think that there's no law in this country. Gradually, Ghana is becoming a lawless state in terms of rent issues. And for me as a commissioner, I believe it must be stopped. Now, I tried as fast as possible after I received a petition from NUCS, the student body, about the incessant increments of rent. And I think that something ought to be done about that. In fact, they even went to the extent in their petition pinpointing to me the laws of rent, where I have to do assessment and investigate.
Who are those pinpointing to you? The hostel managers?
The NUCS. They petitioned me.
Right.
In the petition, they pinpointed that, yes, Mr. Commissioner, you are in charge of regulating the law. The law requires that you do A, B, or C, which I also knew. So I took it like they really have invoked the section and the powers of the Rent Act. And I had nothing to do that to get down. That led to me leading a group of rent control people to the hostels to understand. You know, as a regulator, when somebody comes to report, you don't just sit at your office and be giving orders. I needed to get down. I got down, went to one or two hostels, UPSA, Legon, and what have you, went to KNUST, and the pattern I saw was the same. The question was, how did they arrive at what they are charging? The law says, come and be assessed, and after assessment, they put into other considerations. For example, any maintenance done? Have you bought the cement? Have you bought cement? Have you bought iron rods? Have you painted your property? What kind of works are you doing over there? That is warranting you to increase. If we all ascertain that, then we are good to go. But none of them indeed have complied. So I said, okay, having seen that, I won't say reduce it, but hold on where you are. Let us engage, which I have asked. By next week, we are putting letters through to invite all of them. Engage. After engagement, I'm inviting expertise from Ghana Institute of Surveyors to value and to assess. And after assessment, you want to know how long has your hotel existed. You want to look at it, where it's situated, what maintenance you do over there, and just oppose it with whatever you are renting out. And based on that, you come out with something. So I say, let us engage. After that, all hotels across the country will be assessed. That is when the indefiniteness will be taken out. After if you are not assessed, you cannot increase nothing. And even if you are assessed and we agree on something, after 2 years by law, you cannot increase. That is what the law says. And that's exactly why I'm asking them to hold on. I'm acting in the confines of law. My action is not to, disincentivize investors of investing, but they must play within the confines of the law. You cannot take the law out and talk about demand and supply. I don't even hear that word. No, demand and supply is not in any part of our books. It is a mindset. And people believe that they are using that word demand and supply to pave their way through and manipulate the system. Yes, there are shortages. But in as much as it is, you have to be assessed. Mawuena, that is my stand.
Right. From this directive, is it your understanding that the facility managers have responded to you after this directive went? Well, first off, when did the directive go? Let me start off from there. When did you? Was it a written notice to all of the hostel owners, facility managers, or it was just a fiat which has been put out in the public?
It's a fiat. First of all, I issued a public statement. Now, I'm writing letters to them beginning today and inviting them into the room, which means that, yes, hold on. In the letters by next week, I should have engaged them. And when engaging them, as I've told you, at the end of the day, we are going to assess. I must be very frank. That's the bottom line. And that I am telling them through that kind of caveat, what I have issues, that hold on for you to be assessed. But I didn't bring the assessment. But at the bottom line, let me reveal it. That they should let me know what their problems are. Based on knowing their problems or their issues in the room, in the boardroom, then I will let them know where they have gone wrong. Maybe they didn't know. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. However, be as it may, we are there with human beings. So therefore, engaging, educating, sensitizing, and creating awareness in this scope will enable us to what? Even have good relationship. So when I went to the hostel, Mawuena, I never used any Rambo style. I didn't go to lock anything, to enforce anything. But I went there to do fact finding. And what I found was worrying. And that's why I'm doing what I've done.
Right. So you begin writing to the facility managers today, and these are hostels across the country, or you're targeting those only in the capital Accra? Because we know in Kumasi, there's in Cape Coast, wherever you find a university, there are hostel facilities, and the concerns are cut across there.
As we speak now, yesterday I went to Ghana Tourism Authority, and the institution responsible for registering them, and I have all hostels in good standing who are registered, and it's with me. And trust me, I also found one or two of them I visited who are not in the books of GTA. It means they are operating illegally in the first place. And those hostels will be closed down immediately when I stepped out. Because you see, we cannot allow people to just sit down, build properties, target as hostels, exploit, manipulate, steal, and just begin what pleases them, and nothing catches up with them. If you say you are a hostel, you should be registered. I can see, and I found, I won't mention him. I want to go back to the GTA and confirm what I found in the booklet, so that when they confirm that they are not registered, then the next action will follow. And all those hotels will be closed down.
So we know a number of hostels which are not registered and are still operating. Do we know the number? Can you tell us how many per your surveying and your going around? How many of these hostels we've been able to identify which are not registered and are operating and are charging fees as well?
Under study, so I wouldn't move too fast to mention any figures here. I know I have started one I didn't see. As I said, I didn't register them. So I can't just, maybe an oversight. Let me be very charitable. I don't want to do anything that would be illegal or something. Let me just go and check. And when I check and I found the few that I visited, I'll publish their names that they are not registered.
How has the collaboration as well been between yourself and the GTA, the Ghana Tourism Authority, where these hostels are supposed to have registered? Because you need their partnership as well to identify facilities which are registered under them. Have they been cooperative?
In fact, it is so cordial. Let me believe you. I've met the deputy director in charge of administration, in charge of operations. I'm here to meet the CEO. We are in good, we are all public institutions, and we need to work together. And I believe in institutional collaboration. I am telling you for sure, what I'm doing today, GTA is in support of it. It will also strengthen their work. And very soon, when I'm going on the field, it will never be me alone. We are agreeing. Very soon, we may even come with the MOU for Ghanaians to know that I'm not operating in isolation. And I'm not outsigning them. We are working together. Without them, I cannot achieve what I want to achieve. And without me, they can also achieve what they want to achieve. Right. So let me be very frank. That I am working with them, you can even call them to verify. I went there, and they themselves gave me the document I'm holding. I didn't went and search for it, because I thought I should work with them. And trust me, they are okay. to work with me.
Right. A few quick questions as well in relation to this conversation. So we're working to have a meeting, a conference of some sort with hostel owners, facility managers in the coming weeks. But we know that school is resuming on Sunday for the second semester in Legon, for instance. But the next academic year possibly could be somewhere September, thereabout. Are we confident that between now and then we would have rectified all challenges and smoothened the conversations to ensure that students will not be charged astronomical fees by the time the next academic calendar comes around?
Okay, Mawuena, as we speak, on Tuesday, I'm launching a platform, and with students across the country, SLC leadership and NUCs, it tells you how serious I am. That the directive that, hold on, we are going to open a portal, which is by Tuesday, launch it publicly for everybody to see. After that, I expect students who have seen or experiencing new increments or charges to report. And when they report, trust me, we are going straight to the hostel, and that they are in breach of the law. More importantly, while they have perpetrated in illegality over the years, and I've been reminding you that you have heard, and you still think you want to defy the directive, it means you want to fight the state. And if you want to fight the state, let's see how it goes. I believe that through your mediums and all of you, the media, you have carried out this issue so much that even an ant in its habitat is aware, has heard it. So if they pretend they have not heard, I will pretend as if I don't know them. And I will crush them, trust me.
In terms of sanctions, right, what is a sanctions regime like for facilities?
Prosecution. You didn't assess. It's prosecution. It's prosecution. And more importantly, if you are not registered, it's closure. Simple. It's two things. Prosecution and closure.
Right.
We're going to see a lot of prosecution. People who think that they are above the law, they have to succumb to the law. They can never be bigger than the law, and they must respect the law.
Absolutely. Mr. Boku, I appreciate you speaking to us, and I'm very confident we'll be speaking a bit more in the coming days and weeks as well, particularly after you launch that portal next week where students can
I think we are going to invite all of you to be part and so that you can see it clearly.
Absolutely.
And you will be part that these are the steps. We are putting measures in place that every directive followed, every given cannot be defied.
Right. I appreciate you for joining us this morning. That's Frederick Opoku. He's the rent commissioner speaking to us this morning. So what? Next week, they are launching a portal where students can go on to and report instances of hikes in hostel facilities or hostel fees, and then some action can be taken as well. In relation to that. Let me return to my guys in studio as well. Just quick thoughts on what Mr. Opoku has been telling us via the phone lines this morning about what they are doing to deal with rent prices and all of that.
Eric, Mawuena Egbeta. Fantastic guy. This suit you're wearing, is it a uniform or something?
It's a uniform, as I always say. Yeah.
I'm trying to understand what goes on and what happens around here. And fantastic guy as always. Yeah.
The listeners are happy. the listeners are happy and are glad. But as well, quick thoughts on what we've been hearing from
Mr.
from Mr. Opoku.
I think he's doing a marvelous job. If I look at the sentiment analysis across all social media platforms, I think Ghanaians are impressed with what he's doing. He appears to be one of the most vibrant commissioners of the institution. And Ghanaians are proud of him. He should keep doing what he does. We pray that he sticks to the confines of law in carrying out his mandate to ensure that students and ordinary Ghanaians are treated fairly and get value for money. I think it's not just about the increments and stuff. Sometimes we should be asking what value exchange, exists. You hear the demand and supply conversation, but how about the value exchange conversation? Because you look at a facility that is up to no good. I mean, being rented out for an exorbitant amount, and you're wondering what went wrong. You know, is it that people just want to
for some of the hostels, they are not registered. They haven't. So someone can just puts up a facility and begins to say, "Oh, I have a hostel here," and then begins to charge students, and they've not registered it.
Yes. So I mean, enforcement of the law. There are laws that exist in this country, but it's the enforcement of it. That's why I think we usually fall short. So we are glad Mr. Opoku is thinking like a new Ghanaian. Yes.
I like the way you describe it. Yeah. A new Ghanaian.
Yes, he's thinking like a new Ghanaian, and he's looking at enforcement. We just want to encourage him to keep doing what he does, and do it very well.
Absolutely, and we always have to push them to do what they have to do right. That's
absolutely
most important. Yeah.
Right. Let me say a special good morning to Sergeant Banamba, who's, I understand, is an ardent listener of the show. Good morning to you, Sergeant Banamba. He's the media driver for the pressmen at the Jubilee House, actually. And
so he drives Komla Kluchi around there. I should not say that here.
And I got very good word that, look, he listens to us religiously every morning here on the 3FM Sunrise. It said the AKA is 22 cities. AKA 22 cities. Is an ardent listener of the show. Good morning to you, sir. We appreciate you for always making time to listen to us here.
We appreciate
on the 3FM Sunrise as well, and a host of others. Some I mention their name every morning. Lawyer John Baptist Ayaja as well is always a religious listener, and a host of other persons as well.
And Nicholas Jampo.
Nicholas Jampo as well.
And there's also a Reverend Phyllis Beidou.
Fantastic.
Yeah, she's an ardent listener.
We appreciate you.
The sun will rise to meet you from the east.
we appreciate all of you who make time every morning to be a part of our conversations here on the 3FM Sunrise. We're going to get into other matters. I see the Transport Minister has been speaking as well, because we here have been asking. Yes, we've been asking about the buses. I'm going to have us listen to him as to why the buses are not on the road.
No.
And then
Let's ask him now. We are not going to
he was asked. He was asked, and he provided some answers as to why they are not on the road.
Satisfactory.
That is what I want us to listen to.
So we should ask him and let him provide the answer. What are we waiting for?
Right. Here's the Minister, Joseph Bukari Nikwe.
Astons will come and ask us questions. Why didn't we ask that?
A number.
Joseph Bukari Nikwe answering questions as to why the Metro Mass buses are not on the road yet.
If you have a number of buses to 100 and you bring them into the system, they have to be registered. They have to go through all the inspections. You have to train drivers, and you have to now deploy the drivers and do a kind of proper servicing on all the buses so that they'll be able to serve the people. I understand the Ghanaian people. I want to make an appeal that we are almost at the end of rolling those buses out, because everyone will have to be given the number plate. Every driver will have to be trained, and they are currently under train, and they'll soon pass out either this week or early next week. And we are certain that when all is finished, those buses will be released into the system. They came in and they are going through the processes of registration, and they are almost done. Very soon Ghanaians will see those buses being operational. Maybe the drivers will pass out by this weekend or so, and by next week on, we should be seeing some positive signs.
So next week, the minister says we'll be seeing positive signs of drivers who are undergoing training for onward deployment in terms of the use of the buses.
What are they undergoing training now?
It's a fair question.
Yeah.
It's a very legitimate question, as a matter of fact.
I mean, we must always be prepared to meet opportunities as they come. So if there was a plan in place, I'm sure
we knew the
training-
buses were coming.
Yeah.
In
so
fact, we
they should
know
have been
an
long
additional
trained.
100 is coming.
Yeah. So he should come again. I mean, sometimes these excuses don't make Ghanaians happy. I'm one of such Ghanaians because we keep hearing these excuses all the time, and you're wondering, like, is it that no matter how well intentioned our policy direction and all those things are, somehow when it comes to implementation, it's just very disappointing. How are you training drivers now? So let's say you train 100 drivers, and then after training you realize 30 of them do not have what it takes to drive. What do? You know, you should have done that earlier, so it allows room for, you know, dealing with unexpected circumstances and things like that. But well, we look forward to next week.
I think I can't agree with you any less in certainty, because look, there's another 100 that is coming. By the end of this year, if what we've been told is anything to go by, we should have 300 Metromass buses in the country.
Yeah.
The first one came in over a month ago, I think almost 2 months.
Yes.
Right? And after 2 months, the drivers are now undergoing training
That's the part I
for subsequent pass out next week.
It's disturbing. I mean, it's understandable that once vehicles arrive, it will go through a process so that we know that when it hits the road, you know, safety compliance and so on and so forth, and all those administrative stuff. But training of drivers, when the buses are already here, Minister,
respectfully, you ask him to come again.
Yes,
he has to come again because
he can do better next time.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it's a learning process as well, but I think he can do better next time. He's not doing bad. I think he can do better. So good morning, Minister.
Next week is the promise that by next week they would have passed out, and so quite interesting. It doesn't also suggest immediately that after they pass out next week, the buses will be on the road. In fact, I have spotted a number of the buses in
We must
town.
remove all these bureaucratic processes that just create unnecessary delays. Oh, there are Ghanaians out there looking for jobs. You understand? And there are people who are ready. So are we saying we don't have a database of drivers who qualify? Transport Ministry. We should have a database of drivers who qualify to do the job.
Yeah.
You know, so that when there's the need to deploy drivers to man these vehicles, I mean, it's just some quick.
In fact, I'll ask a further question in relation to about database, right? Okay, granted, right? Granted, we don't have a database, and we're training drivers now. Are we training just 100 drivers for the 100 buses that are coming? Is a question I'm asking, because it will be thoroughly disappointing if the next batch of buses were to arrive and we were told that drivers were under or are undergoing training for those buses as well.
Will you sit in a bus whose driver was just recently trained? So the impression of we're even training drivers, you know, scares Ghanaians, because how are you going to give a bus to a driver who has just been trained
and dedicate somebody's life to the person?
Exactly. So we must deal with this as a very we must deal with it comprehensively. You know, we don't have to wait to solve some of these problems. We should have a database of drivers who are trained and qualified and meet the regulatory standards, so that when the need arises, it's just a matter of some orientation and deployment. Then we don't have to wait and sit. I wouldn't want to sit in a bus whose driver was trained 2 months ago.
But our
it's
ministers,
not right.
They travel outside. They see the best of lives, and then they experience it. What are they explaining to us?
That we are training drivers.
Really? Oh, come on.
I couldn't agree less. I'll be honest. And yeah.
These are the things that allow the private sector to exploit citizens, because when you're not ready, someone else will be ready. And I mean, it may even qualify as not exploitation, because you're not ready, they are ready. I mean, they've got expenses, they've got overheads, they've got banks to pay, and so on and so forth. So at the end of the day, you are creating room for some of these problems to only deepen.
The trotro infestation, which continues to permeate the fiber of the Ghanaian society.
Our people are the ones who are in charge of everything. They take advantage of everything to do everything for themselves.
Yeah.
And then when it gets to our turn, then they do as enough.
We want a non-partisan database of drivers who are capable of manning these buses. We don't have to wait. Mr. Minister, respectfully, good morning.
We have been asking for the buses to be on the road.
Say that, yeah.
You told us that the buses will be on the road. That's what we're asking for. Don't give us excuses.
And you
put
see
the buses on the road. Matter close.
You see, the more concerning part is that the announcement of when the buses will come coincided with government intention to ease burden on the pockets of the average Ghanaian. And so we saw interventions by government when fuel prices were going up to seek to they absorbed, was it 2 cities on diesel, so that transport fares will not be increased.
36 cities on
and 36 pesos on petrol and all of that. Yeah. As part of the communication, the directive was that the buses should be on the road immediately to provide an alternative, because the trotro drivers were taking advantage of the ordinary Ghanaian.
And now the rains are here.
You understand?
Even worse, the rains are here as well.
Yeah.
So
they're here.
So for 2 months down that line, right? 2 months down the line when all of that was communicated to us, and then we are saying that, okay, we are training the drivers and then do pass out by next. It wasn't even a firm confirmation, so it's by next week we should hear something positive.
Yeah.
It almost also suggests that we haven't taken seriously.
We need to build systems that are interconnected. Once the petroleum prices reduced and some of these other things, were planned to, they should all be interconnected so that we don't have to be running around. So now where's the value? The petroleum, nothing. Where is the value nothing. Now? And it's raining now. If you're a transport minister, you should be concerned, especially when the rains come, because we don't expect government to solve the flooding issue in a year. It's not something that can be solved in a year.
Existed 60 years.
You can't solve a 60-year problem in a year. But we need policies and leadership that is proactive enough to not only be seen to be working, but to be really working.
Yeah.
And ensuring that our solutions are interconnected, because Minister,
it makes you very tired sometimes when you talk about this. But a number of persons as well have been sharing thoughts in relation to the bus situation. Neron de Boanegre says, but how do you train a driver to service a bus if the buses are not here, he asks. And he says it's probably a retraining on the specifics of the bus, including the technical aspect. Taking the Ayalulu bus as an example, it's not only about driving, but also about the technology.
I disagree.
So that's Neron's thoughts on the subject matter. Also on floods, Paulina and Charlie says, I also think we should play our part in getting these problems sorted. I think in the end we suffer so that we don't try to, we need to stop blocking the waterways and blocking the gutters with trash. Ras Irie says too much concretization of the ground is also part of these floods. The earth is not receiving much water when it rains because the grounds are almost covered with concrete.
Yes.
Very, very true.
Yes.
Very, very true. The construction monstrosities, everybody covers the place with this, and so the water runs.
I think the roads minister has been preaching sustainability, road sustainability. I've heard him a few times mention it, road construction and things like that. So I think in future it's something we should look at, because you realize beautiful road construction, but very poor water.
As in the drainage, the drainage on the road. And you see, for me, I've seen the Awoshi to Pokwase road when it was being constructed. I saw it, and so I see the drains by the side of the road. That when it rains, the small it gets into it, and then after a short while, it just
disappears.
Everything disappears, right? So I've seen that, and so I see the Ofanko Achimota stretch. And I ask myself, what's happened to that drainage system? Is it the case that it's been filled up with silt? Because from time to time you find a lot of sand.
Yeah, if you've seen what the bus stop boys are doing, I think you'll appreciate it better. Most of these drainages are blocked with sand and garbage and things like that. So it only leads me to ask, maintenance, our road maintenance culture as well. I think it's something we should take seriously, because it can go a long way to solve some of these problems. And because there are certain communities that it's a drainage problem. There are communities that are not in waterways but experience flooding, and it's a drainage problem.
You're still here on the 3FM Sunrise. 19 minutes to the top of the hour. I'm just going to have us do two quick stories, right? First, in relation to the NPP and that meeting yesterday by the flag bearer, who says that they are ready to govern. I'll play a quick excerpt of that campaign thoughts, and also we'll hear from the Attorney General as well. But first, here is Dr. Baumia on how prepared they are to govern.
There are four key things that I want you to have at the top of your minds as you return to the House tomorrow. First, we are no longer healing. We are preparing to govern. We have finished the period of introspection. We must now position ourselves credibly as a party preparing to govern from 7th January 2029. From this session onward, every word we speak must answer one question in the mind of the ordinary Ghanaian. Can I trust the MPP to run the country again? That is the question we must answer. Positions we take on matters that come before the House, the alternative businesses, the alternative business we bring to the floor, the private members' bills we choose to introduce, our comments to the press, and what we participate in, abstain from, or even boycott must all be guided by one objective: convincing the people of Ghana that they can trust us to do a better job than the NDC and move this country in the direction that ensures growth while safeguarding our country for future generations. This means that our viewpoint on issues and policy must be built on strategy, careful research, and well-crafted messages before we walk into the chamber. I will be directly involved in supporting you achieve this. The entire party is also building a strong architecture to support you through the sector committees, so we can sing from the same hymn sheet and act with a coordinated strategy at every point in time. We must always project this posture that we are a party preparing to govern. This will send a strong message and well-meaning message to the people of Ghana and emphasize our belief that it is only the MPP that can move this nation on a glorious path and not just propping our economy. We need to remind Ghanaians that we are the party who introduced the National Health Insurance Scheme, the school feeding program, the free senior high school policy, the youth employment program, to mention a few.
So that's the NPP's flag bearer. I think the question from all of what he says is, can Ghanaians trust the NPP to return and lead this country again? It was a question he asked to the members of parliament, and I think it's a question that will pretty much sum up how the 2028 elections will play out. Can Ghanaians trust the NPP again, at least based on what it is that we've seen? Because he says they are no longer healing, they are preparing to govern. And that's the flag bearer of the largest opposition party speaking. Okay.
Yes, I think I would respond to this by referring to an opinion piece I wrote recently. And it says, within the MPP today exists at least 6 visible ideological blocks. First, they are the constitutional patriots. They are members who still genuinely believe in institutional governance, market discipline, democratic accountability, and national development rooted in the Dankwa Busia tradition. They believe public office is stewardship, not conquest. Then there's the preservationist gatekeepers. This bloc is not driven by ideology, but by access. Their politics revolves around control of networks, influence pipelines, patronage structures, and the protection of entrenched interests. They are custodians not of reform, but of stagnation. They weaponize loyalty while resisting renewal. There is also the revolutionary conservative class. Younger, aggressive, digitally aware, rhetorically combative, and impatient with the old architecture of political communication. They are ideological hybrids who understand that contemporary politics cannot survive on nostalgia alone. Some are constructive, others dangerously theatrical, but they represent energy the party cannot ignore. Next comes the institutional technocrats. These are policy-oriented figures who believe governance must be evidence-based, economically coherent, and globally competitive. They often understand the problems deeply but remain politically disconnected from ordinary suffering, making them intellectually respected yet emotionally distant. And the fifth block is the emerging reformist base, the silent bloc, grassroots supporters, professionals, youth voices, frustrated loyalists, the former sympathizers who still believe the MPP can become something better than what it is recently projected. This group is politically homeless within its own party. And finally, there exists the extractionist opportunist bloc, perhaps the most dangerous faction of all. Individuals whose relationship with the party is neither ideological or patriotic, but purely transactional. They reduce political power to private accumulation, sabotage merit with ego, weaken institutions through arrogance, suffocate reform with incompetence, and convert what should elevate the MPP into a machinery of greed, vanity, and internal decay. So this is my opinion on what Bawumia was speaking to. And if the MPP can organize, consolidate, and indeed represent the guardrail, they are supposed to even be in opposition, because every country needs a strong opposition. You can have a ruling party, a super majority with a weak opposition. And what they do in opposition now will really inform and impact 2028. So it's not just about the beautiful speeches. The New Ghanaian is woke. The New Ghanaian does not give a damn about what you say in your speeches or at your press conferences. And the New Ghanaian has access to technology. He can research. The New Ghanaian is not sitting at home waiting for you to tell them what to do. They look at their current economic conditions and decide whether it is good or bad for the party. So it's important that we appreciate that there are New Ghanaians everywhere. There are New Ghanaians on both sides of the political divide, and there are New Ghanaians who are neutral. So if they have winning ambitions, as they should have, it's important that they take some of these things into consideration and treat the ordinary Ghanaian, the New Ghanaian, with the respect they deserve and the truth they yearn for.
Absolutely, and
I think that the minority.
It's a question. It's a question that I as well will want to hear a bit more from listeners on whether or not there's trust on the part of Ghanaians to. But quick thoughts just now, because Akosia is here. She's giving me the sign that it's time to do sport. On the AG response yesterday, we were talking about commentary by persons and whether or not free speech was being gagged. The AG yesterday spoke. Unfortunately, I can't bring back that sound because we have to run. Yes. That look, there is much ado about nothing, and it's the fact that they are scared their person to be going to jail. That's why they are going round and round. And that oral is not failing. Do you agree with the Attorney General when he says that, or you think still there's an element of concern as to the nature of arrest that we've seen over the last few weeks and weeks?
Yes, I think there's the rule of law, and as much as free speech exists, it should be guarded. We must be more responsible. And I think one of the things that has boldened the conversation, boldened the issue, is the Abronya arrest. But this is a person who has repeatedly, availed himself to some of these issues that a lot of people are talking about. He goes on there and abuses people he's not supposed to. When I say people, I don't mean to say they are a category of persons who are exceptions when it comes to free speech. But we are talking about the justices, the judiciary. We are talking about judges who are supposed to represent the interpretation of the law. So sometimes we must be mindful because the law exists. You may think it doesn't until it's applied in full force. So I do agree with the Attorney General largely that as much as there's free speech, it should be done responsibly. And for the police, I think, some excessive or abuse of
process.
Yes, process, and it's quite disappointing because civil issues should be treated with the civility they require. For the judge, who remanded him on the misdemeanor, I think usually when issues are at the Supreme Court or in any court of competent jurisdiction, you want to leave the judges to interpret it in the best way they can. But I mean, common sense tells us that a misdemeanor is a misdemeanor. And as much as we are not happy about some of the things that are being said,
it's a misdemeanor.
We should also apply the rule of law in solving some of these problems. You cannot make the same mistake, in solving a mistake. So I think those are my thoughts on that.
Right then. 7 to the top of the hour, myself, K. Kujo, Johnnie Hughes in studio with you. We're going for sports, after which when we return, we get into the big conversations here because the multi-dimensional poverty report, which was issued, posed for, yes, something to be excited about, but also a bit more in terms of concern for a number of areas in the northern part of the country. Why has it continued to be the way it is one of the many questions we'll be seeking to ask here on the show. But let's get you into sports right now with Akosia.
Well, good morning. It's now time for us to come your way with the sports. My name is Akosia AJ, and there are a number of things we will be talking about on today's edition of the Sports on Sunrise, because Asamoah has been given an important ambassadorial role in Ghana football. We will be talking about that. And somewhere last year around the same time, Asamoah actually came on social media to say some few things, but we will be getting into all that very soon. And so we go into the stories in detail now. In Ghana football icon and former Black Stars captain Asamoah has been unveiled as the ambassador for the national teams and coach football here in Ghana. The appointment marks a new chapter of national service as he supports the campaigns, the fan engagement and grassroots football development ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Speaking during his unveiling, the former captain stated that he's fully committed to serving the nation and will give his utmost best to help Ghana football reach the highest level.
It's a mixed feeling. It's an emotional night. I think everything comes with time and patience. I've been patient, and there are a lot of things behind the scene that we sorted out, and everything has come to light today. Personally, I've been very, very consistent when it comes to Ghana football. I make sure when I do things wholeheartedly. And this ambassadorial role is fair to me, and I would like to thank the president of the GFA, the Minister for Youth and Sports, the president of Ghana, His Excellency John Brandman Mahama, for this appointment. And I'm here to serve, honestly, and this is my passion when it comes to football. Football is my passion. I eat football, I drink football, I sleep football, and we are here to develop grassroots football, because when it comes to me, I support grassroots football and the national teams as well. So in the football fraternity, we are here to support and make sure we achieve a lot of great things.
You heard former Black Stars captain Asamoah, who has just been unveiled as the ambassador for Ghana's national teams and Colts football. But at the same event, he also opened up about battling depression a year ago.
About a year ago, I had personal issues which led me to depression. Everybody can go through this stuff, but I was at home one day and my brother told me president is looking for you, and I said, which president? And he said, Mr. Kretokwe. And then I said this will let him in.
So you heard Asamoah Johnnie also talked about the fact that, if you're going through different things in life, just seek help. Also speaking at the event was former Black Stars player Emmanuel Agyemang-Badu, who stated that the Black Stars have learned valuable lessons from their failure to qualify for the last edition of the African Cup of Nations, the first time Ghana had missed out on the tournament in 2 decades. Ghana has been drawn in Group C for the 2028 AFCON qualifiers alongside Ivory Coast, Somalia, and Gambia. Agyemang-Badu believes the Black Stars possesses the quality and experience needed to secure qualification and make a strong return to the continental tournament.
Well, we are experienced when it comes to qualifiers. It's just unfortunate, like you said, we were not able to qualify. However, we have learned our lessons from it. I saw the draw yesterday against Somalia, Gambia, and Ivory Coast. I don't want to disrespect any country because football have really changed. If you don't prepare very well, a small country would outsmart you and put you in a trouble. But I'm very optimistic with the group we are in this time around. We are not going to fail our country are good. I don't want to found too much of confidence, but I believe that we have learned from what have happened and we will tackle the games very seriously. You don't care if they are Somalia, they are not a football nation. It's a bit tricky group because Gambia have a very solid side as well, and Ivory Coast, they are force in African football. So it will be a tricky group, but I'm very optimistic about our group.
From the senior national team to the junior side, where the Black Starlets finished third in Group D at the 2026 U17 AFCON in Morocco after losing a drawing of lot to Algeria's U17. Although Ghana secured an impressive 3-1 win over South Africa's U17 team in their final group game, both Ghana and Algeria ended the group stage level on points, head-to-head results, and goal difference, with the two sides impossible to separate using sporting criteria. CAF regulations require the qualification spot to be decided by drawing of lot. My colleague Bill Ishen explains how the process works and what the outcome means for the Black Starlets.
Ghana defeated South Africa by 3-1, and it looked like they were going to book a place in the quarterfinals of the Under-17 Africa Cup of Nations. But something very, very peculiar has happened. Now, Algeria, although they lost by 2-1 to Senegal in their game as well, they are level with Ghana in every metric that you would consider as part of the regulations for the Under-17 AFCON. Goals scored, points gained, goals conceded, goal difference, head-to-head, which ended 2-2 between the two sides. And that would mean that CAF would do something that they've not done famously since 2015. That would be the drawing of lots to determine who makes it to the quarterfinals of the Under-17 AFCON from Group D. Now, coincidentally, the last time that happened, the drawing of lots, was back in the 2015 AFCON proper. Also coincidentally, in Group D, involving Mali and Guinea, they had the same metrics, same points, same everything, and then there was a drawing of lots by the organizing committee, and it favored Guinea. So Mali were knocked out of the tournament, and Guinea advanced to the quarterfinals. So if the drawing of lots favor Ghana, they would qualify as second place to the quarterfinals. If it doesn't, they will not make the quarterfinals, but they'll still have the opportunity to qualify for the Under-17 World Cup for the first time since 2017 if they beat Uganda in the playoffs. And so a very peculiar thing will be happening, and a lot of people will be waiting to see what comes out of these lots.
Well, that's the breakdown of everything happening at the U17 AFCON currently ongoing in Morocco, because there was a lot yesterday to understand what was going on. And I'm guessing, when was the last time we even saw a team's qualification to the next stage of a tournament being decided by drawing of lot? how? And so that's the question that everyone has been asking. So maybe CAF will have to go back to their regulations and possibly do some editing right there. But we still stay with the U17 AFCON as Lai Kenson, who is the former Ghana international, says he remains open to coaching Ghana's national teams in the future, despite stepping down from his role as head coach of the Black Starlets. Kingston resigned from his position after Ghana failed to reach the final of the WAFU U17 Cup of Nations held in Accra. He has since moved on to work with Uganda's youth national team setup. However, the former Ghana international insists he still has a strong desire to serve Ghana football again and would gladly consider a return if the opportunity arises, particularly with the senior national team, the Black Stars. He made this revelation in an exclusive interview with 3 Sports.
Why not? When the opportunity comes, why not? Why not? It's my dream. It's something that it have to happen. It have to happen. But when the environment is healthy enough, and the timing is right, and the federation understand that, okay, he is the right person for the job. For me, I'm a coach. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to do everything possible. Not only Ghana, but other countries like Uganda have seen in me. I was with Ghana. Uganda saw something in me and then bring me to their environment to help. So any other country, if they believe I have what it takes to take them to wherever they have to go, why not? But Ghana I can't be a coach without coaching the Black Stars. And it's part of my dream. If the opportunity comes, why not? I'm ever ready to take it.
So you heard Lai Kinson there, but if before that dream of his is realized, his Ugandan team has to play a playoff game against the Black Starlets in Morocco. The Ghana Football Association has established a landmark partnership with Metro Mass Transit Limited to support the domestic football ecosystem. The collaboration provides reliable and affordable transit solutions for club supporters traveling to and from match venues across the country. Speaking during the agreement signing ceremony, the GFA president, Ket Edwin Simeon Okraku, emphasized the importance of strong systems in football development and highlighted transportation as a key component of success in the sports.
As the Football Association, we have consistently maintained that football development goes beyond talent alone. Talent indeed flourishes where systems work. Excellence thrives where structures support ambition. Transportation remains one of the most critical logistical pillars in football development. And for years, clubs and our national teams have had trouble with transportation challenges, issues that often affect preparations, player welfare, operational efficiency, and ultimately performance. Indeed, today, through this strategic collaboration, we are taking a very, very deliberate and practical step to address these identified challenges. Under the new agreement, Metro Mass Transport will provide a 54-seater safe, insured, and roadworthy bus dedicated to serving Ghana's national teams, including our gallant Black Stars. The buses, or this new bus strategy, will also support clubs.
So you heard GFA President Ket Okraku there. Now let's do some more where Ghana International Ransford Yeboah-Konestoffer has completed a move to German Bundesliga side FSV Mainz 05 from Hamburger SV ahead of the 2026-2027 season. The 24-year-old striker joined Mainz after helping Hamburger SV secure promotion and maintain their place in the Bundesliga during the just-ended campaign. He made 33 Bundesliga appearances last season and scored 5 goals for HSV. The Berlin-born forward, who represents Ghana at international level, arrives in Mainz with vast experience in German football. But before we wrap up, let's talk about what happened in Europe yesterday, where Aston Villa ended their 30-year trophy drought in style as spectacular goals from Yuri and Emilio inspired a 3-0 win against Freiburg in the Europa League final. Let's hear from their coach Unai Emery.
Thankful the supporters, makes sense everything we are doing for them, and how they were as well supporting, following us. Each match we played away in Euro, they were there, of course in Villa Park, but as well away. And like now here in Istanbul, they traveled a lot of supporters to be with us, to enjoy with us this momentum, and this is something fantastic. And we must be proud of everything we are doing, but especially we must give them this trophy. I like to play in Europe. It's my objective, Europe. Of course, Premier League is something challenging me a lot. How we are being 4 years in a row, getting Europe, and as well fighting for the top 5 position is something fantastic. This is my challenge for next year. And as well, we are going to play against Champions League. This is the challenge for the next year as well. And of course, I have won titles in Euro League as this race.
So that was Unai Emery there, the man who knows how to win a final in the Europa League. Before we go, let's do some basketball, where Shai Alexander pulled the Oklahoma City Thunder level with San Antonio on Wednesday as the defending NBA champions won their second heavyweight Western Conference final clash 1-2-2 to 1-3. Oklahoma City is trying to become the first team to repeat as champions since Golden State in 2017 and 2018. The winner of the series will face either the New York Knicks or Cleveland Cavaliers in the NBA Finals. This has been the sports update on Sunrise. My name is Akusia AJ. Thanks for listening.
special guest in studio this morning, outside of myself, Kikujo and Johnnie, is the Honorable Member of Parliament for Yonyo constituency, Alhassan Suleimana. We're talking multidimensional poverty and what must change, particularly in the north and the northeast region, to be specific, and the area where he finds himself, where despite a general improvement in terms of the rate of multidimensional poverty across board, these parts of the country continue to be heavily stricken by multidimensional poverty. All of that and more in the big conversations for you right now here on the 3FM Sunrise.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise. The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
3FM Sunrise.
Now, as the Member of Parliament for the Yo-Yo constituency, I'll get to him in a tad, but Kay is here with me as we look at what the data set is in relation to the constituency. And for our viewers on Facebook, for persons who are following us on Facebook as well as on YouTube, you can walk with us as we go through this data set. Okay, you're going to help me do this one.
Yes.
And it's the Ledger of Truth, the hard data comparison on the Yo-Yo Naswan constituency vis-a-vis one of the best performing in terms of the latest from the Ghana Statistical Service as well. So you have the data set, and so yes. I want you to walk us through it, and then after which I get to Honorable quickly as well.
Yes. So welcome, Honorable.
Thank you.
Yes. We have comparison data here. We try to look at Yonyo Naswan versus Ayawaso North, and then we just try to put up some indicators just to translate what it means for development. And if you can see over there, we start by saying the overlooked issue is not only that Yonyo Naswan is poor, it is that nearly every basic system that should prevent poverty is weak at the same time. And that's evidence in the data set itself. So if we look at the first indicator, which is the multidimensional poverty incidence, Yo-Yo is doing 51% comparatively, 51.6% comparatively. Ayawaso North is doing 5.5, and that means Yo-Yo Naswan is about 9.4 times more deprived. And a child born in Yo-Yo Naswan enters a completely different developmental reality from a child born in Ayawaso North. One is negotiating survival systems, and the other is navigating opportunity systems. So there's a clear disparity there, but let's go to the poverty gap as well, and then we realize with both comparisons too, we are looking at a 46.1% points between both districts, and as much as it may be one of the clearest numerical summaries of inequality in modern Ghana, it exposes how national growth has not translated evenly across districts. And then we look at the 2021 population census, which is the most recent one. we have 56,879. For Yo-Yo Naswan, comparatively 63,386 in Ayawaso. A similar population size, but totally different, totally different living conditions, and it's shocking. It's shocking. It destroys the excuse that deprivation is simply due to too many people. Yes, and the real issue is unequal infrastructure concentration. If we look at the communities, I mean, Ayawaso is an urban municipality, but there are 115 communities under Yo-Yo Naswan, where Yo-Yo's people are scattered. So service is even harder to
get to them as well.
To deliver. So service delivery becomes extremely expensive and difficult when populations are geographically dispersed. Schools, clinics, roads, and electricity becomes costlier per capita. This is one of the hidden burden of rural deprivation policymakers rarely discuss. Now we look at electricity access, which is 38.26% in Yo-Yo, whereas in Ayawaso we are looking at. I mean,
you can say the entirety of is on the national grid.
Yes,
it's been connected.
But this comparison is intentional, just so that it can expose the
levels.
Yes,
and it's important the pointers you're walking us to. I see health facilities as well coming up in there. Then doctor to patient ratio as well. I know the health minister has been big on having a lot of the new doctors go to these areas, particularly the northern part, and accept the postings there, so that there can be as well enough spread.
Trying to create enabling conditions for
absolutely.
them to,
enough spread there, and primary 55 primary senior primary schools, 14 GHS, and 2 senior high schools would suggest that to an extent, on that score, it looks good. But if you look at the index and what the Ghana Statistical Service does, then you realize that, yes, there may be 55 primary schools, but the rate of attendance and the lag in being able to attend the schools as well comes up for quick introspection.
So children may have access to the education, but they may struggle to even climb up the ladder, continue their education or sustain their education because of the transition bottleneck that exists.
And a number of the other challenges which are up there. Electricity access will mean at night you might not be able to study very well, and all of that.
I think one of the most concerning issues for me, I mean, health is the backbone of every economy. And doctors, if we look at the indicators, we have one physician. So that's one doctor for almost 57,000 people. And this is a serious issue that needs a lot of intervention, immediate intervention.
Absolutely.
Immediate intervention.
And we're glad that the Honorable Suleimana is in studio with us for this conversation. Honorable, good morning to you one more time, and you're welcome into our studios here at 3FM.
Good morning, sir. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. And also good morning to your listeners and your viewers. Thank you.
Right. I'm sure you've been seated and watching us go through the data point as well. Dare I say, much of what it is that we're going through will not come off to you as surprising, will it?
I am not surprised at all. Yes. That is the reality on the ground. Yes.
I'm tempted to ask, why is that? It's a concern, and it's something which we're seeking to draw attention to as well, and help provide a bit more in terms of assistance as well, because this data point which the Ghana Statistical Service puts out is supposed to help policymakers as well in terms of decision making. So it brings us to the question, why is it that the situation is as it is in not just Naswan, but across the entirety of the Northeast region where all 6 worst performing districts found themselves?
I would say that you to be specific, we got our own constituency that was around 2012. And we got the district itself around 2017, 18, thereabout. So I feel equality wouldn't move us to where we want to be, because we have been deprived for a very long time. And so if, let's say, the government decides that every district we are going to build 2 cheap compounds, there are some districts that even 1 cheap compound, they are okay. And so if it is all about equality, then it will be difficult for us to come up. And so I think where we have reached, it should be about equity, where in our case like this, looking at the number of communities that still sleeps in darkness, should tell you that if the government decides to give every district 5 communities should be connected to the national grid, and you are giving you 5, it wouldn't mean anything to us.
Yes.
Because I know some districts, not even a single community still sleep in darkness. Okay. So I think that we cannot all rise at the same time, and that is why we are lacking behind. And I also feel maybe the leadership, the government must pay more attention to the rural areas. I know it is not only Unyo that is facing these challenges. There are some other districts that when you go, sometimes the things we see here, when you go and you are telling your people, they are surprised. And so I think that leadership is also another challenge. Because if you are a leader that want to sit at one place and thinks that things should be done in an equal manner, you find it very difficult. Having been in Parliament for less than 2 years, I have been one of the MPs that moved to any ministry. Myself, I don't send people to fight and to call for developmental projects. And within these few years we've taken power, I have seen a lot of developmental projects. I have just seen that you indicated we have 2 senior high schools. The Unyo Senior High School, we got it. It was given to us by the past administration. And I can tell you that we didn't have a single classroom, and GS has absorbed that school, gave us pickup where we didn't have a single classroom, senior high school. So we had to go and vacate our primary school in Ngagu for the school to be started. When I came, I filed questions and asked the education minister. And as we speak, we have been given some projects, and contractors are on site to build the senior high school. The then president, John Dramani Mahama, in 2016 thereabout, Unyo was part of these E-blocks. And when we left power, it was abandoned. As we speak, contractors are back. And so I think that the reason why we are behind is maybe we also have leadership problem. And we politicize everything. We left the E-block hanging there, and we gave a new senior high school when we didn't have a single classroom, which we could have just finished up the E-block, which was around 70-80% completion. You see, and so I think leadership is also one of our challenges. That is why we are lacking behind.
This senior high school conversation, when you say they gave a senior high school which didn't have a classroom block, help me understand. So what? On paper, there's a senior high school, but there's no facility?
Exactly.
How is that even?
So it seems the facility has been accredited. The school has been accredited.
Yes, by the GES, but we didn't have a classroom anywhere. Yes.
So they give accreditation for a senior high school, but there's no edifice.
No.
Nothing. So
nothing.
There's no classroom. There's no administration block. There's nothing.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So
now you have two.
Now we have Nanswan Senior High School and then Unyo Senior High School, and then Nangwango one to the contractor is working on the project. So as soon as that one is also completed, I'm sure we'll have like 3. Yes.
But even with the schools, because I see 55 primary schools, 14 junior high schools, and all of that, the rate of attendance, how well kids are able to attend the schools, whether or not teachers are readily available in the communities as well, is a subject matter of concern.
The issue of our primary schools is just sad, because you can visit a community, we have a school, and you have only one teacher handling KG to class 6.
Yes.
One teacher. So it's just like the children goes to school to sit down and come back home without doing anything. Because I can't imagine one person teaching from primary 1 to 6, one person. How can you handle that? So you can have students who sit from class 1 to class 6, and even reading is a problem. We have all experienced those challenges. In fact, I was born in Unyo constituency, and from primary 1 to primary 6, when we went to junior high school, we didn't know how to read. And nobody is going to teach you at the junior high school how to read. So I had to move to a different area, to Asante Mampong, where my uncle was living. That is where I started my school again. Fortunately, he was a teacher. When I goes to school and comes back, he will sit me down to teach me how to read.
Wow.
Yes. And so the parents doesn't even see the importance of their children going to school, because you can't send your child to school to go and sit down, come back, and he knows nothing. So you prefer to allow the child to follow you to your farm or whatever you do.
Yeah, I mean, when you drive through the community, I've purchased the share.
We have a lot of schools that you go and it's only one person. Sometimes 2 teachers. No lies. Nothing. You post people from Accra here to go and teach you. It is not possible. The person goes there, even where to charge your phone would be a problem. Network is a problem. So you feel like it is punishment to you. You see. So the situation in Unyo and Nanswan districts is a serious matter. Yes.
I'm going to come to you on these different points: education, electricity, network connectivity, and you're a member of the NDC as well, and so the communication or collaboration between yourself and the respective sector ministers, the constituent will expect will be a lot smoother and can bring them a bit more. On the aspect of teachers not being able to come through, obviously the challenges are glaring, but have there been efforts to identify, for instance, persons from the Unyo constituency and district who can return and provide a bit of assistance to start off with in terms of the education and being in the classrooms and being present to teach these kids?
Yes, I as soon as we took over, I contacted the education director for my district. So we got all the graduates in the district that are not working. And then we started pushing to see whether...
These are university graduates?
Yes, some are university graduates and training colleges, yes. We have a lot of them. But the issue is somebody leaving his farming activities
integration
to go and teach without any salary. It's a problem. Even though we try to get some of them being considered in the limited recruitment, so that at least when somebody is from UNUO constituency, you are posting the person there to go and teach. I don't think the person will be fighting to leave or to take transfer. Most of the time, they send people there, but when they come within 2-3 months, they will find their way to leave the place. And I told the education director to even get us people that at least volunteers, so that once in a while, we can see how we can also cushion them small. And sometimes when you calculate the amounts involved, assuming you ask somebody to go and be a volunteer somewhere, a graduate teacher, and you are giving the person even 300 cedis in a month, times the number of
graduate
teachers you have, and giving them that 300 cedis, even you as an MP, your salary cannot even do that. See, and 95% are farmers. So after going through all this sacrifice to graduate, then you count back, you leave your farm and you are going to teach another man's student, it will be difficult. So the only way is to make sure that all the graduates we have in the UNUO and so on district who are qualified, if they are given the opportunity to serve their own community, that would be the best way to solve these issues.
Have you brought this to the attention of the education minister?
Yes.
And what's been the response? Because you are telling us there are graduate teachers who have not received posting.
Yes.
And are resorting to farming. And farming is very important as well. Yes. But these persons have undergone training. There are schools which need teachers. And the teachers, because they've not been employed, are farming to sustain themselves.
Exactly.
They can't leave the farms and go and teach because a question of sustenance will come up. And so what has been the education minister's response? Because I believe there can be tailored responses in these constituencies or in these districts where these persons are identified and they are handpicked, given employment so that they stay within the communities. And so I'm curious as to what the plan and the response was.
Yeah, the education minister is a father, and he's aware of our problems, and I have been pushing him in that regard. So I believe and hope that I have a lot of tall lists on his table, and I believe that he would look at our challenges and consider us or maybe favor us more when it comes to the teachers' recruitment. So I have no doubt in that. Yes.
There's a list that was carried from your office to his.
Yes, please.
In relation to and what was the response on that score?
Yes.
When you took the list, was it okay? We work on this by a month or two.
They just gave some clearance, and it is on process. So I believe that most of the list would be considered.
In the Yo-Yo Naswan district, as we speak, how many teachers do you have?
I can't tell off head, but
13.
We should be around 70 thereabouts. Yes.
For the over 55 primary schools.
Yes.
70 teachers.
Yes.
Are they all from the there are others who come from elsewhere?
We have others who come from somewhere. In fact, we have some people coming from the Volta. Yes. I visited one school in Tisum and met one teacher there. coming from Volta region. And if you see where he sleeps, as he's the head, he's everything. He sleeps in his small mat office that was provided for him. So in fact, we went there to build a new school there, and I made the contractor to put up a single room for him. You see, it is not easy.
The data says
yes,
the basic school teachers is 425, and the SHS teachers, that's 13.
425. See,
you don't believe it's 400 teachers?
I don't believe that. Not even 100. If we have 55 schools and we have 400 teachers, if you do the mathematics,
it would have been enough.
It would have been enough.
Yes.
Even if we have 300 teachers in UNU, I don't think we'll be complaining. Yes. You go to a school and you have only one teacher.
So don't you think maybe this entry, this data entry, is creating the impression that there are enough teachers?
This is from the Ghana Education Service website.
Yes, this is from the population census and the Ghana Statistical Service District Multi-Dimensional Poverty Release. Yeah.
So there is disparity even in the numbers as to what the teacher situation is like in the constituency per what you know as a member of parliament for the area. Right. I'll return again to education. Rural electrification. I know this government has started rural electrification again. Has that reached the Yo-Yo constituency?
Not yet.
What percentage of the constituency is connected to the national grid?
It's just around 30-35%. Over 60% still sleeps in darkness.
Never seen power or a light bulb come on in their communities.
Not at all.
How does this affect life, productivity, and all others? So predominantly they are farmers.
Yes.
How is this affecting life in that part of the country?
These days we all travel a lot, and so sometimes when the youth you travel outside your constituency and you see lights, maybe you've gone somewhere to work, you stayed in lights, then when you return to your own community you are sleeping in darkness. It's something very worrying. Aside that, there are some small businesses one can do if electricity is available. Even selling of water, ice creams, and those things is very easy when you have electricity. So when you have a place where there's no lights, those small businesses, you cannot run them. And that is why the poverty is increasing, because it's just about you goes out every day to buy. You can't sell anything. You see, even if you want cool water, you will have to go to other communities to get some. And when you see the communities that we have electricity, their lifestyle and their living and how they do their daily businesses is different from where there is no lights. Because they will use the lights to do a lot of small businesses. And you cannot do same. You don't know what is even happening in the country. Sometimes we learn from social media. So when there's no lights for you to watch television, to listen to radio, what are you learning? Sometimes when you see something on television, you hear something on radio stations, you learn something and you begin to work towards it. And when you are sitting in darkness every day, you don't even know what is happening. Yes.
So, okay, you wanted to make a point of correction, so I asked this.
Yes, the electricity access across the northeast, the entire region, It's 38.26%.
So the entire region as Northeast region,
Yes.
electricity connection is 38%, and for you as well, it's around 30%.
Yes.
Yes. And the basic school teachers, the 425, that number is actually for the entire region.
Yeah.
So 425 teachers for the entire Northeast region.
Yes, for basic schools.
We have 6 districts.
Yes. And then for senior high schools, we have 13 teachers. For primary schools are 55, junior high schools are 14, and senior high schools are 2. So the basic school teachers across
the entire region
yes,
is
425.
what is 400.
Yes.
Right. So that provides a bit more clarity. That's why when you say you didn't agree with the numbers, this makes sense because it was for the entire region. So for the persons in the constituency, what sort of economy do they run? Because there's no light, and that's what we were talking about before I came in with that point of correction. There's no light. How do they go about making something happen?
Sometimes, basically, it is the farming we do, and if you have a business-minded, you are a business-minded person, maybe you will have to migrate to the neighboring communities where there is electricity, so that you can run your business there. And it is not everybody that has the capacity to move to the cities and the neighboring communities, and so it makes business very slow. The economy is very dull because it is not easy.
Yes. 92.7.
Right. So if you're just joining us, we're in studio with the Member of Parliament for the Yonyo constituency, the Honorable Suleiman Al Hassan. We're talking multidimensional poverty, following the latest work by the Ghana Statistical Service, where all 6 districts in the Northeast region are the worst performing in terms of multidimensional poverty. What we've been seeking to do is appreciate the nature of the situation in the region across the indicators. So we've spoken about education, we're talking about access to electricity.
Yes.
Let's talk access to healthcare as well, because it's one of the indicators which the Statistical Service looks at to determine the nature of poverty in the district and the region as well. What can you tell us about healthcare in the constituency, and if you can even speak to the Northeast region as well?
With regards to the healthcare in Union and Swan District, is another big challenge, because you have some few cheap compounds with a single nurse, sometimes one midwife in the entire facility, and it is worrying. In the entire district, we don't even have a polyclinic as we speak. We only have some few health centers, I think 2 or 3 health centers with other cheap compounds. So if you have any condition that is a little bit serious, you have to either go to BMC, which is located in the regional capital,
92.7,
which is another problem. Even with the nature of the roads, traveling from Yunyu to Naleru, a journey of just 30 minutes can take you 2 hours, 3 hours. Yeah. Yes, because of the nature of the roads. And so for health, is another big challenge to us. Yes.
The cheap compounds. Yes, you mentioned no polyclinics. Do you have cheap compounds as a district where you are?
We do. We have a lot of cheap compounds, not less than 10. Yes.
And says 10. They have 10 chip compounds.
Right.
Yes.
And for outside of the physician, for health practitioners, nurses who are supposed to be manning these cheap compounds, are they readily available as well?
Yeah, they are there, just that they are not enough. Yes, health centers should be run at least 24 hours. So imagine you have only one nurse in a whole cheap compound. There's no way he can be available 24/7.
Yeah.
So sometimes you have to go and sit for so long, only one person attending to a lot of people. And because of the bad nature of the area, no proper water, a lot of issues would probably, people will have to be running to the hospital every single day. So if you have a cheap compound that you only have one or two nurses, it's a bit difficult. Yes.
So healthcare is a challenge. Let's talk national insurance, national health insurance. There's a district office there. Do you have an understanding or an appreciation as to how well persons have been able to be enrolled onto the NHIS such that even in accessing healthcare, they don't have to cough out the money by themselves?
Yes. Even national health insurance, we don't have our own office. We are still pairing with the Bunkurugu district. So if you want to renew or to do a new health insurance, you may have to go to the district office. Recently, I think they enroll some decent that the officers goes around to register people.
But
and
are people being registered? Have
Yes.
they registered persons
Yes.
within your district?
Yes, yes.
Right. Still in studio with us is the Member of Parliament for the Yo-Yo constituency, talking to us about multidimensional poverty and the situation specific in his region. We've spoken health, education, employment. I suspect was tied with the conversation we were having, but with no electricity, access to roads being very poor, what is the employment status like in the constituency?
Yeah, employment is also another huge challenge because we have few, just like I mentioned that we have a lot of graduates who are still struggling to get employment. And so sometimes when you are pushing as a politician, it is not everything you can get. We have been doing our best since we resumed office, and we are still pushing to change that narrative. But at the moment, when we are not able to be considered in any office or ministry, we focus on our farming, and that is what we do mostly.
So farming predominantly, and outside of farming, very little exists in terms of other trading, which is done.
Yeah, the nature of the rules, no electricity and things, it makes trading very difficult. Even though we have some few markets that we some few people trade.
Two major markets.
We have Nansua market and then Jimbali market, which is our two major markets in the district. Apart from that, you have to go to either Gbintiri, Bunkurugu, or other places. But Gbintiri is part of Naleru Gambaga. Yes.
Let's talk solutions, right? In terms of we've appreciated what the situation is. It's dire. It needs saving and it needs help. Rural electrification needs to get to them, and a host of other things. The government is talking big push, road projects, road infrastructure. Is there a quota that is coming to you in the Yo-Yo constituency which you know of?
Yes, I think this current administration is doing a lot for the good people of Yo-Yo, because the big push is also passing through Yo-Yo and so on district. And so from Gbintiri to Nampanduri was part of the big push, and the contractor is on site. And through that big push, Yo-Yo is benefiting no less than 30 kilometers. And that will be the first time we feeling and also having tie road in the district.
The first time there will be a third road in the district.
So for education aspect, in fact, we came and met a lot of uncompleted projects, which we've completed most of them, just waiting for commissioning. Because we had one uncompleted school building at Mork. We had another one at Damanku. We had another one at, I think, Bumbuna, Tobans, Bungbela, Jangandel. A lot of them. And as we speak,
and these were basic schools.
Basic schools.
Basic schools.
We've completed them. We've also tackled some few of them. Like I mentioned, the Tishring one, it was a new one we built. We built another new one at Tanduke. We built another new one at Pulot. Yes, and even the chip compounds, we built another one at Tambing. We built another one at Sagban, and we are doing a lot. This particular administration is doing marvelous, and I must say that on records. And
I was going to go to District Assembly Common Fund,
yes,
and MP's Common Fund as well. Has it been regular? Has it come through regularly? I know there's been conversation in the previous administration. The minority then, who are the majority now, were very hard on the finance minister for lack of releases. Have the releases come through this year, for instance, such that the district chief executive, which I believe you're in contact with, will be using to address pertinent challenges within the constituency?
Yes, all the projects I'm mentioning, it is through the District Assembly Common Fund, and they have been paying quarterly. And when contractors are on site, they raise certificates, and you are able to pay them. They work. And so this particular time, things are better for the good people of UNIU. And MP's Common Fund too, it comes timely. Just that you can't do much with it. And we are doing whatever we can do with the MP's Common Fund too. Yes.
I hear you on that. It's coming timely, and a number of them have gone into school facilities. On the project you've been able to undertake with the Common Fund, a lot of them appear to be education specific policies.
And health too.
Right, but a bit more mention in terms of the schools as well, and a number of the. So when the chip compounds are ready, the new ones you put up, are they all functioning? Are there health officials in them? Is one of the main things.
We are yet to commission the new ones. We are still waiting for. I had a call from my district health coordinator, which we needed to get some equipments to be able to function. And so I have placed orders, and they are working on the process. Very soon, when we receive the supply, we are going to commission it.
And these orders are personal from your own pocket, or
I'm using my MP's Common Fund to procure those equipments so that we can commission the chip compounds.
After the equipment will come health personnel.
Yes.
Has that aspect been taken care of as well?
It's also another issue we are working on. We submitted some few lists to the health ministry after they released the notice that they have been given some clearance. So we are still waiting to see if our list would go through, so that we can have some few more health workers coming in the district to help us. Yes.
Your conversations with the energy minister on rural electrification, has that gone to him? Has there been attention drawn to the fact that more than 30% or less than 30% of the constituency or the district is what have direct access to electricity and will require a bit more as well? 9 out of 115 communities are the only ones that have electricity. Means 106 communities in the districts don't have access to electricity.
Yeah, we have a lot of communities without electricity, but those communities with electricity is more than 9.
That is more than 9.
Yes.
But what is the collaboration on that aspect? Because I know in Northeast it will be NETCO.
Yes, NETCO.
Yeah.
I have written to the ministry, and I was asked to get in touch with the Northeast area manager, and I did exactly that. So they even went and did their survey, and it was resubmitted to the ministry. So I have gotten assurance that some of the communities, they will start work very soon. And I believe that very soon we will have some communities getting electricity soon. Yes.
For the caucus, Northeastern MPs, I believe you have a caucus of some sort.
Yes.
Is there concern as to the level of deprivation in the region and how bad things are? Is that something that comes up consistently for conversation?
Yeah, we have a caucus, and we lament every day. Yes, because sometimes as a leader or a member of parliament, some of these challenges, there is nothing, your common fund cannot do it, your salary cannot do it. The only thing left is to chase the right authorities to have some favors and help you. And so when you are pushing and chasing and you are not seeing top, it's a problem, it's a challenge. And we all complain. Yes.
The complaint is one, but how about PPPs, like public-private partnerships, to provide for a number of facilities, to take care of a number of projects? NGOs as well is mentioned, but sometimes I shy away from NGOs as well, because that's not government, you know. And as much as they will come in to help, in the end it's a responsibility of the people, the state actors, to take care of their citizens and
value exchange, not charity.
Exactly. It's like that you don't check the responsibility and be looking at an NGO to be putting up structures and all of that. When you come together, what's the plan? Because all of the 6 districts, essentially the 6 constituencies in the Northeast region, are multidimensionally poor and are worse ranked from the latest work by the Ghana Statistical Service.
Yeah, when we come together, sometimes we go to ministries together because we have almost the same problems. And for me, this particular time, I see or I feel some changes, because most of the times when you go and lay your problem, and for 1 year, 2 years, you are not hearing anything, then there is no hope. But this particular time, anytime we lay problems to the right authorities, we see the benefits. And so I have some feelings and hope that this John Mahama administration will do a lot for us. It's just a matter of time.
Do you feel successive governments have neglected the northern part of the country based on the because this morning we're doing comparisons, the capital and your constituency, to be specific, but across board? Let me even just say I'm staying with the Northeast region, for instance. Has there been a disregard, almost deliberate to an extent, of the developmental needs of persons there from time immemorial?
I wouldn't say so, because the leadership of every government, we had Northerners who knew the terrain or the territory very well. So if I don't come here to tell you this is happening in my house, and you are in charge and you don't come to rescue me, how shouldn't blame you? So we know the problems, and we are always part. If we are not the president, we are the vice. And these things are still happening to us. So I think we have to blame ourselves as leaders from the north. It is not everything that equality would work. From the beginning, we were deprived. So if we sit on tables to negotiate and push that there should be some equity and considerations given to the north, I think that would have been the best way to develop the north. But if we sit and then we don't tell our story, we don't sell our sickness, nobody will know you are sick.
So politicians or persons who've been in government from the northern part of the country, you say, are responsible for the stark realities that exist up north in this country?
I would say so, without any doubt.
They're not telling their story enough.
We should tell the story. I saw that when people said, oh, Northeast, or the entire district, we are poor, I saw some people like, it's some kind of disgrace. That is the reality. And if you are having a serious sickness and you are hiding it, you will die with it. You see, but people would feel like, oh, somebody contacted me and said, oh, we heard this, so we wanted to hear from you so that we know what to do. I say, but that is the reality. If we are crowned the poorest district, it is true. I don't know any other person's district, but Yunyu, the reality in Yunyu is true, that we are really suffering. And if we don't say it, and let's say the Ministry of Energy choose to give every district three communities to be connected to the national grid, and I happily also goes to pick that three, the three will not be enough for the good people of Yunyu. So I should be truthful to tell them that no, Yunyu, we have over 60% without electricity. So when you are giving Ayawasu 3 and you are giving Yunyu 3, you are not being fair to us. And if we don't say it, how will the minister know? If they are giving every district 10 teachers and you are giving Yunyu 10, it will not be enough for us. As we speak, there are some districts that I don't think there is any community without a school. Yunyu, we still have uncountable communities without any primary school. So if we don't sell our sickness, how will the government know? The president will not get up one day, move straight to Yunyu to go and look at the communities that has light or those that doesn't have. So it is our duty as leaders to sell our sickness for people to come in our aid. It is not the fault of me as an MP. I am sleeping over my job. That is why Yunyu doesn't have teachers. No. If the education directorate decides to even send 100 teachers to because there is no electricity, when the person is sick, there's no any proper health facility or a doctor to attend to him or her. So staying there alone is a risk. And we must say it. If we don't say it, we will continue to massage and pamper ourselves saying everything is well. Meanwhile, everything is not well. If they decide to pick the graduates from the constituency, within the constituency, there's no way if I'm born in Yunyu, maybe I know the terrain, I know the territory, I know how it feels. I am used to it. So if I'm posted to teach in Yunyu constituency, I don't think there will be a day I would be pushing that they they should transfer me to Accra. But you don't expect somebody who is enjoying in Accra here, he's seeing lights, network is there, good hospitals. Even if he's going to work, there is means of transportation. Then you expect somebody to move from here to Unyo constituency, and the person will not find a way to leave. People, they post people every day in Unyo constituency to go and teach, but they will find their ways and means to leave. Meanwhile, today as we speak, we also have over 200, 300 trained teachers who are sitting at home doing nothing. So if they are picked and posted there, we will have enough teachers. We have trained nurses who are seated at home as we speak. If they are considered and picked to stay in Unyo constituency, they will stay and work.
3FM.
But you do mass recruitment, send somebody from Kumasi to Unyo, the person will go, he knows one politician, he knows one leader, he knows one big man or big woman. In the next 2-3 months, they will write some nice excuses why they cannot stay and leave. In fact, when I went to the regional office, GAS office, I saw that every year they post a lot of teachers in UU, but you don't know where they are. They come today, tomorrow they are leaving. It was those days we didn't have trained teachers, but today we have more than enough. So if you pick them and they are staying in UU, they will work.
Would you say the creation of the regions, because it was one of the many things which formed the basis for a redemarcation of regional zones, would you say it was handled properly? Because the promise was that it will bring development, and nearly 8 years afterwards, we're seated here, we're having this conversation, and one of the newly created regions is actually the poorest in the country.
Yeah, creating the region was the best step, and we all thought that now that we have our own region, it will be easy for us to also cry, and then we'll get our share. But it was more or less just naming the region. But the real infrastructure and support and push and things that should come so that we would all feel it, it didn't come. So we were all happy. We supported the agenda of having our own region. We said now that maybe because it was part of northern region is too huge, before people will move from Tamale to Unyo, it will take another hours. But now that Nairobi is just our regional capital, even if something is happening with just 6 constituencies or 6 districts, at least we should also have something better. But for the past 8 years, it has always been the same. Yes.
So a bit more can be done in terms of the administration of the regions in helping it realize the potential. There was seed funding which was given to all of the regions to help them set up and provide for better coordination. Would you say in terms of coordination to get these concerns across, it's something that exists, and these data points which you're highlighting is one that concerns the regional minister and persons within the regional authority within the region as well?
Previously, I would say they didn't use their funds judiciously and for the purpose of developing the area. In less than 2 years as we speak, anytime I receive a call from my regional minister, it's all about, we are coming to do this in your district. We are coming to do that in your district. Can you get us a land? Can you tell your chiefs? Can you do ABC? And as we speak, I can count over 10 to 15 projects that less than 2 years we've done and still doing. So if we should continue this way within 4 years, within 8 years, the cry we are crying today would not exist. So the previous government did not help us. It was all about themselves. And as a leader, if your people are not fine, I don't know how you can be fine. Right. Your happiness should drive from the happiness of your people. Yeah. Imagine if I choose to be rich alone. Then every call I receive from my constituency, this person is sick, this person is sick, this person is here and there. We need your support, we need your help. How much would you have that you will not get poor? But if everybody is doing something, you as a leader, you will also be better. In fact, I visited one community, and one of the communities that MPP started school building, and they never finished for over 6-7 years. We went and completed it, and I went there with my DC to monitor so that we can be sure everything is done before we go for commissioning. Then my branch chairman there say, MP, why are you growing lean? I just laughed. I told him that the day we commission this your school, I will grow fat. You see, so our then leaders or the previous government, they didn't see the need in helping us. You see, every MP or everyone, to know the speed of a man, you can't determine a speed of a man when he's just running the normal way of running, unless something is chasing you. So when something is chasing you, your style of speed should be different from when nothing is chasing you. So my consistency in visiting the GES office, the energy ministry, the health ministry should be different from somebody from Accra here. You understand? If somebody from Accra here is going to the energy ministry once in a week, then I should go there thrice in a week, because my problem is huge. So if after creating the region, our regional minister at that time, we were even fortunate to have the vice president. Imagine you had a vice president who is only having 6 districts in his region. And we are still sitting here talking about not having tie road. We are still sitting here talking about abandoning projects like the E-Block. E-Block was going to be the first senior high school in Unyo constituency. If we had a vice president, and we are still crying today, is it not a shame? It's a shame to us. And that is what our people doesn't want us to bring it out. When these issues came out, I saw on social media people saying, oh, people want to sabotage the MPP flag bearer because he's from the Northeast. It is the reality. Nobody wants to, tarnish anybody's. If there is proper schools in Unyo constituency, why should I come and sit here and say that there's no proper schools? If there is proper rules, I will sit here and even applaud the flag bearer for pushing that agenda. But he never did. I don't know, Chebi, but I was told that when you go there, you see first class road, 6 districts, where the second gentleman of the land comes from. And we are still the poorest, including where he comes from, Wali Wali. And that is the reality. I am from Northeast region. They did not help us. What Mama is doing today, if the MPP government had done it in the last 8 years, we will not be here. At all, we will not be here.
In wrapping up the conversation this morning, just 27 past 9. I'm still in studio with the Honorable Suleiman Al Hassan as a Member of Parliament for the Yoyo constituency. I know the hope for you will be to be in Parliament for as long as possible. But when this term ends, up until elections 2028, what would you have wanted to have done for the constituency such that the next time the report will come back again, your constituency will not lead the way in being the poorest?
Yes, as I said, I hope and believe that the leadership we have today, chaired by the President of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, in the next 2-3 years, I don't think UNUO would be part of the poorest constituencies or districts in Ghana. With the rate and the speed of development we are receiving and seeing, I have hope that we are on the right path. Yes.
Right then, that's the okay. You have any final words? That's the honourable member of Parliament.
More to add. I think honourable has said quite a lot. I'm quite familiar with the area, so I share in his his troubles. You know, sometimes, I mean, you see old mothers and carrying children at their back, carrying and walking, and it's a lot. You know, what we see in the rural areas sometimes is happening, but if you should go into areas like his, you'd realize it's a lot more disheartening than what we see down here in the south. So I will only want to appeal to the Education Minister. Good morning, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. You've heard your son, your colleague as well. He's counting on your intervention. And I think health is wealth, you know. So
Kwabena Kando is the Minister for Health.
The Minister for Health. Please, yes, we know that there's a lot going on, but this must not wait. We cannot have 10 midwives in a community that size, and we cannot have one doctor in a community that size. It's disheartening. You need to intervene immediately, else I'll pick up my pen, because it's long overdue. But he mentioned that the government has been cooperative, so we are hoping they continue to be cooperative. Honorable, I'll hold you up to your word that they have been cooperative. 4 years from now, I will hold you up to your word.
The Energy Minister as well, a good morning to him. Rural electrification and all of that. I think personally it's criminal that 69 years, next year was 70, and still communities and areas where there's no electricity.
Basic amenities.
Haven't seen a number of them. We can't even talk about potable water. It's even a subject matter I didn't even mention in this conversation. Yes. How do you get water in the Yoyo community? That's the final thing then.
As we speak, some of our communities, we share water with animals. Yes.
I have videos.
In fact, when we just took over, we've drilled not less than 15 boreholes. And as we speak, we still have communities that they don't have water. They will have to go and dig on the ground. Human beings fetch, animals are also drinking. And sometimes you look at your MP's common fund and you cannot do much unless some special interventions.
So potable drinking water is 56%. That means nearly half of the district still faces water crisis.
Exactly.
And if you look at sanitation coverage, that's 39%. So poverty reduction must include toilets, not only roads, schools, and health facilities.
Yeah. Honorable, I appreciate you for joining us in studio this morning.
Thank you.
And most certainly, we will circle back on the Yoyo constituency, the Northeast region to be specific, and hopefully we will add it to our timeline of areas where we have to be asking from ministers about every morning here on the show. What's happening to rural electrification to these areas? What's happening to teachers being posted there? In fact, there are graduates who are from there who can be posted and remain in the community because there will be guaranteed salaries and will not have to think about what they will use to buy food to eat and all of that. But I appreciate you for joining us in studio this morning, and most certainly it's a conversation that we'll continue to champion here on the 3FM Sunrise.
Thank you. I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I really appreciate. May God bless you and strengthen you to continue the good works.
Right, that's the Honourable Member of Parliament for the Yoyo constituency, Suleiman Al Hassan, joining us this morning here on the 3FM Sunrise.
Haba. 3FM.
Yoyo constituency. Audu Mohammed Yenube also says that Honorable Suleimana is the blessing God has blessed us with. Great man Roxon Rema says, great submission. Honorable Gijiri James says, Yoyo is well represented. Congratulations. Dawuni Adam says, this interview is very important. God bless the Honorable MP, and also says God bless us as well. Thank you very much. Belle Bismarck says 3FM, thank Honorable Jah bless for me, all his help and leadership to me as well. The good people of Yoyo constituency are proud of you, Honorable Ajay Rachel Yajim. It's a lot of commendations that's coming from the individuals who joined us. You're really our savior in the Yoyo constituency. Emmanuel Lisifu as well sends that one in. Projecting Yoyo is what we want. Kunkuni Yakubu Gafaru as well. And just a bit more in terms of imagery, right? Imagery. I'll get to the next conversation as well. Imagery as to what the situation is. Yeah, sometimes the data point captures it, but for persons on Facebook, I'm going to share a few pictures and videos with you as to what the constituency looks like. What the constituency looks like, and why we continue in the advocacy that it needs a lot of help in the Yoyo constituency and the entirety of the Northeast region as well. The fact that help ought to go to them and go to them as quickly as possible as well. From what it is that we've seen, a few of it which has been shared with us, not a great deal. So yes, for persons on Facebook, this is what commuting sometimes is like. Commuting sometimes is like from the Yoyo constituency, a region that produces a lot of shea butter. Actually, a lot of shea butter comes from there. This one, Osman Sampa says that this conversation has made me understand that the Northeast region is lacking behind in terms of teachers deficit. Kudos, Honorable, for this revelation. May you succeed in serving your people well. He says he's watching live from the Northeast region on Wale Wale. Thomas Jayin also says, I want to thank you, Honorable, for elaborating decisively on the issue. I feel his pain because the issue is much heavier than anyone can think. Education is the foundation of poverty alleviation, to alleviate poverty, and the colonial regime never put up a single school infrastructure in the area until somewhere in the 90s that few JHS and primary schools were established. In fact, in 2000 onwards, the few JHS schools collapsed due to lack of teachers. It's a very lengthy message he sends. Belfan Barnabas says, kudos to the MP. We need urgent intention of the government and NGOs to come to our aid. As well, is a message that is shared there as well. A bit more in terms of the messages. Just quickly. Someone says the Honorable has said it all, and so very, very, very worrying as well. And you see video footages of what the road network looks like, and that's why he says that this ongoing road infrastructure will be the first time they will see a tarred road in the district. It's the first time they'll see a tarred road. Mohammed Hotman, he says, I didn't waste my vote. Continue making us proud. Good morning, Johnnie and the rest of the team. It's a special feature to have put Honorable in your studio this morning. He's an embodiment of resilience, persistence, and down-to-earth leader. At his age, he's defied all the odds to break the ceiling that the youth can lead. We, the youth of the region, are proud of his sterling leadership. We encourage him to keep soaring and fighting for the interests of his people. He's refined himself for this assignment, and that is a testament of who he is. Just by way of a few of the messages as well. And so this is a church, and that is the sitting of the church in the Yoyo constituency, which I'm seeing. So that's a church. You understand? and that's a certain arrangement for the church, and it can be better. It can certainly be better in terms of what the situation is. From there, we're doing 15 minutes to the top of the hour now. I just want us to switch lanes quickly so we can bring you some other matters in terms of a conversation here on the 3FM Sunrise. There's been a lot in terms of disinflation and what have you, but we get into all of that right now for you here on the 3FM Sunrise.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise. The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
So the Bank of Ghana has provided a bit more in terms of details as to what our economic numbers look like, the macro indicators, right? And our debt to GDP ratio as well, from the latest from the Bank of Ghana as at May 2026. That's this month. And so makes for an interesting watch, but our debt to GDP ratio has declined to 42.2% as at March of this year, well in tune with the expectations of the International Monetary Fund and what the expectation is as well of us as a country in relation to the matters. And so we'll get onto the phone lines right now and speak to Seth, or who's joining us on the phone lines as well this morning here on the 3FM Sunrise. So just appreciate really what the numbers look like in relation to the economic data. So 42.2% in terms of debt to GDP ratio is down from 53.8%. External debt to GDP as well has fallen to about 19.6% as well. Domestic debt to GDP stands at 22.6%. Dr. Peter Tekpe, right? I was nearly saying said Tekpe. It's Dr. Peter Tekpe is the one who's joined us via the phone lines. Doc, I appreciate you for joining us this morning and for holding the line for us as well. I want us to the best of our abilities, bring this conversation home for listeners as to what these numbers mean and how it translates to potentially affecting the lives of the ordinary Ghanaian going forward. What do these numbers mean for the Ghanaian?
Thanks very much, and good morning to your cherished listeners. Well, so in every economy, there are indicators that are used to determine the credit worthiness of the economy. And the credit worthiness of an economy is just like checking the capacity of the economy to generate enough revenue to be able to also pay its debt when they mature. And because economies thrive when businesses are booming, because economies thrive when international investors have confidence, and then as a result, they expand their investment so that individuals can get jobs, the economy will grow, and then you see everybody also, doing business that is sustainable. There are indicators that shows this, and these indicators are the ones that we have been talking about all this while, and they are the inflation, they are the debt to GDP, they are the interest rate, they are the reserves, they are the primary reserves, and then the exchange rate. Now, in the year 2022, all these indicators were bad. Were bad to the extent that the Ghanaian economy is an economy that nobody will want to invest in. and indicators that will enable somebody to say, I'm going to Ghana to do business, or when I do business in Ghana, it will be successful and I'll get my money. The indicators that will let you do so is not there. Just like an individual who wants to go into business, there are certain factors that you consider. So all the factors that people will have considered to do business in Ghana, and those who are also doing business in Ghana, for their business to succeed, all the factors were very bad in 2022, where inflation was at 54%. The exchange rate went high to 16, 17 before it came down. Interest rates were above 30%. Debt to GDP were almost 100%. So things were really bad. Our reserves, international reserves, have depleted. International reserves means the number of times that economy can strive or survive in case nothing happens. It's like an individual. When they say your reserve position, you are looking at if something happened to you and you lose your business or your job, how many months or days can you survive? That is what gross national reserve shows. In Ghana in 2022, everything was bad. So it was around 2%, around 2 months of import cover. So these were indicators that made everybody say that Ghanaian economy wasn't good. That is how come it was rated as default, and then we'll say junk. So junk means that the Ghanaian economy is not credit worthy. So investors who have come to Ghana to do business will say, hey, if you send money to Ghana, there'll be a problem. Those who are living abroad, who will be bringing money to their families in Ghana to do business or to do investment, they will hold on because they will say the Ghanaian economy is collapsing. So this is what it means. Today, all those indicators have reversed. So we have seen inflation moving from 54 now to 3.4. Exchange rate, which was around 15, 16, even the year before 2024, is now 10, 11 bracket. We have seen the interest rate, which was at 30% or 35%. Now, Ghana reference rate has come down to 10% levels. So, and the international reserves, gross reserves, which was around 5 billion thereabout, today it is around 15 billion, which tells us that that is about almost 6 months of import cover, which is very good. So these are the indicators or factors that considers the health check or the credit worthiness of the economy. So today, if somebody wants to do business in Ghana, person will say, the Ghanaian economy is now robust, is now strong. If somebody wants to send money from abroad to do investment, you say, now the Ghanaian economy is good. Inflation is low. If you invest, the returns that you get or the interest you get is higher than inflation. And so it's good. In the past, inflation was higher than the interest income or the returns on your investment. So these are the factors, and this is the meaning of the indicators moving in a certain direction or otherwise.
And for the Ghanaian, you've explained what all of this means. How soon does this then begin to translate into the creation of jobs, for instance, and the availability of cheap credits? Because yes, the credits may be available, the reference rate and all of that may have fallen, but persons will still feel that the interest on personal loans could be a bit still high, and so a disincentive for someone wanting to start out as an entrepreneur and all of that. How soon do we begin to see all of these wonderful numbers which you speak to us about translate into the tangibles which we can connect with and begin to feel for ourselves as well?
That is a very important question, because normally when these indicators are looking positive, we don't see the immediate impact in the real economy. The reason is that the economy is not structured in a way that will translate into automatic impact. And so normally when you see these indicators taking place, depending on where you find yourself and then what you are into and the kind of business you do will determine how you will feel the impact either immediately or in the near future. Example, if you are a business that you are borrowing at a rate of 30, 35, today the interest rate has gone down. Ghana reference rate is around 10%. So immediately, those who have loans that is variable on the Ghana reference rate will begin to feel the immediate impact. Now, if you are also an individual who are also taking loan from the bank and you are credit worthy, automatically the bank will revise your interest rate by refinancing it. So you see, some people will tell you that their interest rate have been revised. Others too will not be revised. Why? Because their risk appetite may be high. Their risks will be high. Even organizations, not every business will get the rate reduction, because if you are a business and your risk is high, you will not be paying your loans. Definitely when the reduction comes, you will not feel it until you start getting better. Also, inflation, prices of goods and services. Certainly, if you are in Accra or in the capital city, where food is not grown mainly, and you have to transport food from Wenchi or far away from the north to Accra, and the transport system is not good to the to the food producing areas. For you in Accra, you will not see the reduction in food prices as expected. Why? Because it's still expensive to transport food from the hinterlands to the city. But those who live in the hinterlands will say that prices have gone down. Will say food is even in abundance, nobody is even buying. Also, if you are an importer and you are importing goods and you exchange foreign currency to import, if the rate was at 15 and today the rate is at 11, definitely you will feel the immediate impact, because anytime you go to the bank to exchange dollars, you have less CDs to exchange dollars than in the previous when it is at 15 compared to now. So depending on where you are and what you find yourself doing, you feel the impact either now or in the near future. Now the question then is, how do we ensure that the economy is calibrated for majority of Ghanaians to feel the impact? This one requires policy intervention. Policy intervention that will ensure that the impact are being for. Other than that, government will have to be forcing people, just like when people were increasing transport fares when fuel prices was low, and government has to be instituting, security to go after drivers to force them to reduce prices, the transport fares. This should not have happened. If government has taken deliberate intervention to increase the fleet of transport, to build railways, to increase the metro buses in the system, so that when there are competition, individual private transport owners will not be taking advantage of the people. So anytime government does not compete with the private sector fairly, the private sector takes advantage, because the private business person is interested in making profit, and once he made profit, he's okay. He doesn't care. And so until government deliberately bring out policies that will make such indicators translate into the economy really, we will not see the impact as expected. It will take a long time before it will roll. So people will tell you, oh, the exchange rate today, it is 10. Tomorrow it will go up again. So we will not reduce our prices because it will not stay for long. How will government ensure that this stay for long? That is why government policies are needed to ensure that the stability is there for people to plan ahead.
Right. Doc, I appreciate you, but that's all time will allow us for this conversation. I'm sure we'll get the opportunity again to engage. That's Dr. Peter Tekpe speaking to us this morning on the latest in terms of economic numbers. Doc, I appreciate you and thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
That's Dr. Peter Tekpe speaking to us this morning here on the 3FM Sunrise.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Quick thoughts, just from Kay, and then we do birthdays quickly and run out of the studio. And so today we've spoken. I think a huge chunk of what we did today was on the UO constituency, but there's been some positive outlook as well as announced by the BOG in relation to the country's economy and the reduction of debt to GDP ratio, which will allow a bit more room for the government to operate. A big question is how it translates into the pocket of the ordinary Ghanaian, and I believe you stand with them when they say that.
Yes, because in as much as we're seeing a lot of changes, economic changes, The ordinary Guinean doesn't understand or does not have time to understand deeply
all the numbers that we were seeking to crunch. That's why I didn't even want to go through it.
They're still asking themselves if it's much easier to access electricity if they're not paying too much for, basic utility and things like that. So for me, I think we have not recovered fully. We have just been moved from ICU to
a stable condition,
a monitored recovery ward. You know, like I put in one of my opinion pieces.
Right.
So I think it's what it is, and we still have to be grateful for how far we've come, because if you look at the numbers, say somewhere January 2025, when this government took office, it was
a lot worse.
Yes, it was a lot worse.
Right. That's K. Kujo with us here in the studio this morning as well. We can't get into birthdays right now. A quick birthdays, a happy 80th birthday to John Sherlock Kwenu. Wishing you a day filled with joy, love, and cherished memories. May your years ahead be blessed with good health, peace, and happiness. You're truly an inspiration. Enjoy your special day from Gifty Apia, your daughter. Happy birthday to you, Mr. John Sherlock Kwenu. Also, a happy birthday to Michael Abolo Agonuga. The 21st of May is your birthday, aka Mr. Common Sense. Enjoy this one. Elijah Deku, also known as Don Short, is a journalist in the Volta region. Happy birthday to you, and have a fantastic year ahead of you. Last two ones, a happy birthday to Mrs. Gertrude Oponi Abrokwa. May God bless you with good health, divine mercies, peace, happiness, and many more beautiful years ahead. May your days always be filled with joy and favor. It's from your brother, Owusu Warai, Mrs. Gertrude Oponi Abrakwa. That's her on the screens right now. Happy birthday to you. And then a last one to Nana Owusu Warai. Nana Owusu Warai. You are a great blessing and source of joy to me. May God guide your steps, protect you, and fill your life with wisdom, favor, happiness, and success. With love from your dad, Owusu Warai. Happy birthday to you. And Yanam Haligan will do the news update for us. Many thanks for joining us and be a part of the show.
Maserati. The news update here on 3FM 92.7. I am Enyonam Haliga. Going to our first story now, where the first batch of 300 Ghanaians is expected to arrive today from South Africa aboard a special chartered flight. The government announced a support package for Ghanaians being evacuated from South Africa following the ongoing xenophobic attacks targeting foreign nationals. The Ministry for Foreign Affairs said affected Ghanaians will receive a welcome home financial package, transportation support, and reintegration allowance to help them rebuild their lives upon return. Let's take a listen to international relations expert Dr. Yao Boni Gebe, who spoke ahead of the arrival.
I don't know how the South African government is going to repair this unhealthy relation that is currently taking place between our country and South Africa. So, let's continue doing what we can for our compatriots. We will bring them back home, and I hope that they will learn from all this, and let's help them to settle down. And if the government's interventions can help them, and then they can get gainful employment or start their own businesses.
And that was international relations expert Dr. Yao Boni Gebe them. Now, take you some legal matters, as the Accra High Court has adjourned the hearing of a motion for bill for the New Patriotic Party's Bono Regional Chairman, Kwame Bafu, popularly referred to as Abronya DC, to Thursday, May 21, after prospectors prayed for a short time to file the response. Lawyers for Abronya, led by Godfred Yeboadame, were in court to request for his bail following the denial by the same by an Accra High Court.
The NPP Bono Regional Chairman has been charged with offensive conduct conducive to the breach of peace and publication of false news. According to the prosecution, Abronya made derogatory remarks about a judge and attempted to incite the public against the court. In court on Wednesday, May 20, an entourage of NPP officials thronged the premises in a show of solidarity and to secure a bail for the party stalwart. Abronya was remanded into BNI custody on May 13 after the circuit court denied him bail, with the judge averring that if released, he would commit the offense again. Assistant State Attorney Grace Delali Tali prayed for a short adjournment for the prosecution to appropriately respond to the motion. But defense lawyers, led by Godfred Yeboadame, argue that the state had been served with a motion on May 14, hence failure to file a response was not an excuse. He pleaded with the courts to move the bail application, adding that Abronya's health was endangered. But Delali Tali explained that despite being served earlier, the prosecution had to consult the investigators to familiarize itself with the case. After hearing the argument, presiding judge Halima El Alawa Abdul Basit directed the prosecution to file their response by close of day. The case has been adjourned to Thursday. General Secretary of the NPP, Justin Frimpong Kodia, spoke after the proceedings.
As at Friday, we are aware that the docket was sent to the criminal court too. So as to why the case was moved to a different court is something that is mind-boggling.
And that was a report by my colleague Lord Edward Sari. We will bring you updates on this matter in our subsequent bulletin. But that brings us to the end of the news update here on 3FM 92.7. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyunam Haliga. AJ comes your way with Relaunch.
Ever felt like you've been left hanging? A friend, a loved